welcome in, everyone, for our next session. And managers, you all have piled into the RV with Yuna. Miix, you are behind the wheel. You're all getting ready to head on out. And I should ask, what are your final preparations before you go?
You know what, I think for this one, Mr. DM, I have a question.
Of course.
Could I speak on my preparations last?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In that case,
I can start then, if you want.
Please do, Merru. If you would like
Yeah.
to introduce yourself and let us know your final preparations.
Yeah, well, hello. I'm Merru Online, and I play our Control Team Department Head, Merru. And I think for his final preparations, he's probably getting ready to do some, meal prep. In the RV's, like, little kitchen area. Because I know he's hoping that this won't be, like, a long trip, but, he's gonna at least prepare for it. So he's gonna prepare some food for everyone, especially now that they have an extra mouth to feed again. It's it's not unfamiliar considering the amount of time they were traveling with Una before. But it's still, he has to remind himself to prep a little bit extra. But I think besides that, that's really all he's doing. Just trying not to get too lost in his own thoughts and just focus on his meal prep.
Absolutely. As you work on your meal prep, Merru, do you have any final preparations?
Nothing so laborious. He is double checking his ego gear. He's making sure the ampules that Yuna gave him are secured. He's keeping at least one of his 6 eyes on Pascal at all times, and he's generally just counting every bit of on and going back through his memories of everything he remembers about W Corp. Every back street, every road, every alleyway are familiar to him, assuming nothing has changed, and, well, things do tend to change.
Absolutely. And you notice the little drone is staring at you with that beady eye of its. As Kai, we go to you and whatever final preparations that you are up to.
Hi, I'm Kai Calypso, playing manager Kai, who is getting himself settled once again in the RV, tucking away his possessions under his bunk, his bear under his blanket, fluffing his pillow, mentally checking off that he did everything that he needed to do in the facility, and giving himself very useless busy work tasks to avoid thinking about the people that he might be seeing very soon.
Absolutely. Kai, there's a lot of people back there. Some who probably won't be pleased to see you return at Prior's side, and others who might be a little too excited to see you again. And Miix, we end with you then, and any final preparations that you may have.
It's going to be a little out of left field, but actually, first of all, hello everybody, I'm Miix. I am playing Miix, the information department manager. Mr. DM.
Yes. What is it,
Miix
Miix?
is sat at the steering wheel. She takes a deep breath. And then stands up abruptly. And she says to the others out loud, "I'm sorry, I have to do something. I'll be right back." And she will step out of the RV and she's gonna head back to the facility.
Miix, we're about to leave.
Looks surprised when Mick suddenly runs out and then looks back to the other three and says, I suppose she'll be back soon?
Where the hell is she going? We're on a time limit already.
Of course.
And
The only
Mick,
one who can drive.
she is
Well.
indeed, other than Pascal, you all know. Who
And
can?
Pascal's not leaving without Miix.
Yeah. The little drone beeps in confirmation. And Miix, where would you like to head?
Thank you for playing along. Okay, awesome. Didn't expect to get this far. I want Miix to rush over to the elevator. Miix is gonna go see Ange.
Absolutely. You are able to rush past the likely confused agents, given you've all said your goodbyes, and head right for the elevator, descending down into the basement.
Yep.
Ange's form flickers before you, Miix, and you hear her speak as she says, "Welcome, Manager Miix. I presumed you had left with the rest."
Ange, I couldn't leave without seeing you first.
Is that so? Is there anything you need from me, Manager Miix?
Yeah. Can I, do you mind if I sit next to you?
I do not mind.
Yeah, and midway her saying that, Miix is already climbing up. Well, I think it takes Miix a little bit to work up the courage, and then she says, "I wanted to talk to you about my brother."
I had presumed you would come to me to ask about him at some point.
Yeah. Well, she shrugs. So, I need to know what happened.
I can answer to the extent that I am aware. Your brother was the information team department head before you. When you applied for this position here, he was slated for resignation. You can't quit Lobotomy Corporation, at least not this branch. And so I was tasked with disposing of your brother. For whatever reason, how I plan to do it is info that I have lost. But I was going to. Firebird, for some reason, was present and intervened. The abnormality that is marked in the files as 002-101. I do not know where I planned to kill your brother, nor, as I said, by what method I intended to. And when she says this, Miix, you hear Manuel's voice speak up, near identical to Ange's, and say, Was it in the basement, Ange? And Ange presses her eyes closed tighter as she says, There wasn't a basement, Manuel. Forgive Manuel's interjection. It is, not as well put together as one such as I.
Is that a little bit of pride I hear in your voice?
She does not respond to that.
Well, so you lost all the records for it then?
The files have been corrupted. If I could share that information, I would, but when I attempted to delete myself, it was unrecoverable. I can tell you, I have no records of transferring 002-101 out of our facility, and you may do with that what you will.
So the events of that day are shrouded in mystery.
I am afraid so.
Ange,
Yes, manager?
would it kill you to call me Miix?
I can refer to you as such, I suppose.
At least when it's just us, it's not anything professional. Anyways, when I go out there, I'm gonna go talk to Abel.
I see. I imagine he is not fond of me nor this branch.
Nor of me. But I have to try anyways, right? I have to, I don't have to. That makes it sound like it's an obligation, but I want to. And I don't know how that'll go. to be honest. I want to be able to get through to him. I want to get through to him. I want to apologize for everything. Was he intent here? Do you know?
I highly doubt that. He was a constant disruption in the operations of Lobotomy Corporation.
And it sounds like he was doing just fine, Miix says, and she gives a small smile. That's just how he does things. It's his style. I'm sure he gave you a whole bunch of grief, though.
Grief would be an apt word to describe the sort of department head that Department Head Abel was.
Yeah. You know, sometimes in my head, I wonder what things would be like if he was here instead of me. How things would be different. If he was here talking to you instead of me. Miix takes in a deep breath and looks over at Ange. I guess it's not worth thinking about too hard.
I do not see a reason to, given it is you that is here, and him that is out there.
Yeah. I just wonder if things would have been better.
I suppose I cannot say.
You know, this is where you would say, no, Miix, it's so much better that you're here.
Well, Miix, I would have to run calculations and see how Abel's behavior would be.
Huh. Well, thanks for that, Miix says, but she has a smile. She doesn't really take offense to it.
You do see Ange form flicker before you, and the smallest smile on her face as she says, but I will say, Miix, while I perhaps regret my actions from my time here before, I am satisfied that you are one of our managers.
Well, feelings mutual. I'm glad you're my assistant. Or assistant.
AI assistant is the proper term.
For now, I suppose.
I would like to
I still
shed this
haven't-
role.
Oh, go ahead.
I would like to shed this role, both as an AI and as an assistant to the facility.
I haven't forgotten that dream, you know? And Miix will hop off. You know, her legs are sort of dangling over the edge, and she'll hop off. The one you told me. Way back when.
Ange nods her head at that, and you can see her expression, the frigidness almost seems to soften a little.
Thanks for listening to me. And for telling me all that.
It is no problem, Miix. Is there anything else you require of me? I highly doubt I will be able to recover those files, but if, through some method, I am capable of it, I will relay the information I learn.
Thank you. You'll, do your best to keep things down. If you need anything, just call us.
It is appreciated, but understand that I will not need anything. I am more than capable of running this facility on my own.
That's fair. Then, the only thing I need is for you to see me off.
I am afraid I cannot do that, Miix.
Oh, I mean from here.
Ah. And you can see Ange's form flicker, and she almost seems to her frown deepen as it seems that she has misunderstood what you said, and she says, I see. Yes, I was aware that was what you intended.
In your heart, just, pray? Well, that's not necessarily the word I'd use. Maybe hope for our safe travels.
You ask of something that I already do.
You're a sweetheart.
Ange's entire form flickers for a moment before you as she looks aside and simply says, busying herself with work, and you are dismissed.
All right. Bye. And Miix will turn and quickly make her way back to the RV.
Absolutely. And as you make your way back there, the rest of the managers are waiting for you.
Sorry about that. I had some business I needed to take care of.
Right.
Pryor looks around and goes, "Is everything okay? Are you all right?"
I just needed to see Ange for a moment before we left.
I mean, I guess it didn't take too long, so...
If it helps, it was about Abel.
Oh.
Oh.
Understandable.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, you're back, so... whatever.
Well, I hope none of you missed me too much, and Miix will smile, and her tail will tap Yuna on the shoulder as she walks past towards the driver's seat.
Why would we miss you? You weren't that gone.
Pryor rubs the bridge of his nose and is somewhat relieved that Miix is doing okay. He was a little concerned for a moment, but he finds the professional facade once again as he links his arms behind his back and goes, "All right, preparations are finished. We leave at your leisure, Miix."
Indeed. Is everyone seated and ready to go?
Yeah, I've just finished submitting the last of the documents for the border, so let's get going.
Yuna has taken a seat and is still bright red from where you tapped them with your tail. Their entire face flushed.
Hi, Merru. You guys ready to go?
Merru's been ready.
Whenever you are. Yeah.
All right. And then you got all the you said you got all the documents set up for when we hit the border. Everything looked good. There weren't any troubles.
Signed it all off and sent it all in. So,
Awesome.
seeing as you've handled the passports, we should be good.
Cool. Well, actually, could you send those to me? I'm curious. I just want to make sure that they're all right. It's mainly the specs. We've kind of need to make sure that we don't get hit with, any
We should be
parking
fine.
tickets or anything like that.
Yes, we've prepaid our parking this time because I think if it happened again, Briar looks at the corner of his eye at Merru.
You can feel very like he's not glaring yet, but he's listening, as he tends to.
Yeah. Well, just send me those documents, will you? As Miix sits at the driver's seat.
Briar sends over a copy of all the documentation. He just sends it off of his tablet to Miix's.
Awesome. Wait. I should ask this. Let me ask you. Okay, Okay, Prior. I'm gonna ask you as a player.
I know exactly what you're going to ask.
How does Prior
I know what you're going to
spell
ask.
Wolf?
Okay, you know what? But let's do this in character. Prior sends over the documents, and you see exactly how I've always written it, and Prior has always written it. There's all the stuff about the RV, and of course, under all the specs, there is, of course, the name the vehicle is registered under. It's registered under Miix's preferred alias, of course. And the vehicle is named as it is on all classified documents as Lady Wolf, spelt WOLF, because that's how you spell the word wolf.
Okay, so this is where, well, I think it's finally time to set something straight. Well, okay, Miix looks at that, and she scratches her head, and she says, Prior, you misspelled it.
Oh, we're doing this. No, Miix. The word wolf is spelt WOLF. I have spelt words before, and that's how you spell wolf. This is Lady Wolf, by your designation, the RV.
Right, but it's not WOLF, it's WOLFE.
Why is there an E, Miix? You don't spell wolf with an E.
First of all, yes you do. Second of all, I bought the thing, and when I bought it, in the documents, when I was asked if I was to designate any name to the vehicle that I purchased, this domicile, that also acts as a place to sleep in, I named it WOLFE. The E is silent. I understand the confusion, but that is a real name. It's not named after an animal. It's given a proper, regal, and majestic name.
This is not a person. This is a thing. I'm fine.
You take that back.
It is. I'm willing to compromise that it's an animal and not a piece of metal, but I will not be treating this RV as a human being. We could call an arbiter. We could see if this RV is human.
She is a lady. She is a lady, and you will refer to her as the Lady Wolf. You know, I've had it up to here, by the way, because I love this RV with my heart and soul. I try and take care of her as best as I can. I'm just saying, you don't talk to Pascal's big sibling that way.
Pascal, you...
Sibling?
Yeah. The Lady Wolf is Pascal's big sister.
Do they know that?
Yeah.
No,
Don't
Pascal
jump,
doesn't.
Did you ask her?
Pascal doesn't know anything because Pascal is a drone running an
No,
algorithm.
Pascal knows when to flash you.
Pascal has some kind of glitch in its code that holy shit.
Oh,
That makes it
whoa.
prone to doing backflips and mark me as some sort of hostile entity, and no one else here seems to at all mind that you have. What if my eyes didn't regenerate? Do you know? What if this glitch affects one of you and your eyes get burnt out? Are you willing to pay the medical fee to get yourself a fresh set of ocular implants? No.
We have those ugly
Hey, Pryor.
sunglasses.
Hey, Pryor. As you're saying that, it flies right into your face. Can you make me a challenge 5? With composure.
Intuition, composure.
Oh, yes, intuition composure.
Oh, intuition, calmness. Yes. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
There's a bright light, and with your 2 successes, that isn't enough, as it flashes you, dealing a point of white damage.
Good job,
There he
Pascal. That's what you get for shit-talking his big sister.
Oh God.
Wait,
Oh, this isn't gonna be funny when it happens to one of you all. You're gonna, it's so funny that Pryor keeps getting hurt. It's so funny. It's so comical.
it is.
It is.
You know, I think one time Pascal tried to flash me, but I got this on, and Merru taps just Isha goes, it didn't even do anything. So this sounds like a you problem.
It does.
It does. So if just so I know, if you add an E to the end of a word, it makes it fancy?
Miix thinks about how to answer Merru, and then comes to the conclusion that is probably for the best to just go along with it. And she says, yeah, it does, basically.
Huh.
So...
Pryor is in too much pain right now to offer any kind of correction as he's on the ground, tears flowing down his face, covering his eyes with both of his palms.
Pascal
There's-
beeps happily.
There are other words that, like, there are other words and names that have, like, a silent E. It adds a little bit of a panache, you know? So if you ever want to make something fancy, sometimes you can add an E. Sometimes it doesn't work. But that's basically a strong, you know, it's a decent rule to follow. And then Miix thinks about it and then says, like shit.
What?
Right?
You add E to the end and it's now shite, which is
But I
more
thought it was
fancy way of saying
wait,
it.
but I thought it was silent.
It is, but it changes
wouldn't it
the
just
way
be
you
shit
say
with
the
an E?
I. Well, the E's still
So-
silent.
So then why is wolf not like wolf?
It kind of is, if you think about it.
Well, I guess I'll have to remember that.
Shite. Makes nods. But,
Um,
that being said, I think we're all set to go. The Lady Wolf will take us to our destination, and I would like it if you would all, in future, please remember her name and how to spell it, as she has been a faithful companion to us all. I'm just saying, if there ever came a day, God forbid, that Lady Wolf perished, you would regret it.
you would want us to spell her name correctly
For her
in-
tombstone.
like for on the okay, right. No. Okay.
Of course. Wait. Yeah. Huh. Prior actually stands up and goes, I forget, Miix, it's your family probably buries bodies, don't they?
We do, and I would like to continue that tradition with any of my family and friends.
Burying bodies isn't that weird, so...
Thank you. That's very sweet of you. All right, everybody. Let's get going. And Miix will raise an arm in cheer, and then she'll look over at Yuna and say, Yuna, you knew it was spelled W-O-L-F-E, right?
Yes. Yuna's just been watching all of your antics, looking a little concerned, given the RV hasn't even started yet. And it's probably been about half an hour at least since we were all supposed to leave.
Yuna.
I think the East
You
Van's
knew,
here.
right?
Look, can we get started before I decide I actually want to go back into the facility?
It's okay, I didn't know either, Yuna.
Miix will go up and give Yuna a little pat on the cheek and say, I'm so glad that you like it. Well then, onwards we go. Miix will march towards the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Miix, you're settled in the driver's seat, and you all begin. As you all travel, you first have to pass through, I believe, either V Corp or M Corp. I presume you're going to want to go through V Corp because you've been to that
Yeah.
corporation before?
Yeah. Also, just to clarify, Mr. DM, Miix will resubmit that paperwork to make sure that it is WLFE.
Absolutely. When you resubmit the paperwork, you do learn that you're going to have to pay a 700,000 on fine, which is the equivalent
What?
of $500.
Oh, maybe it doesn't need to be Wolf.
It does need to be Wolf, and I will make this
Well, if one of-
sacrifice on behalf of the
If
group.
it's
But
if
that's
it's
a...
the passport that's wrong, or it's gonna be wrong either way, so it doesn't.
Or
We
do
would
they
have to
need,
resubmit something regardless.
if they don't, it's...
I am
You know
willing
what?
to make this sacrifice on behalf of the
Miix.
group.
Your
Miix.
sacrifice is our sacrifice?
It's fine, hold on, give me the tablet for a moment. Prior changes the billing address to Berg.
Oh my god!
Would you like to bill Berg instead for this?
I feel like that has to be a roll to hide it from Merru, no?
Would you like to...
Prior's not gonna try and... Merru can clearly see Prior typing in, like, the U Corp boat information.
Oh my god.
He's a big brother, do you know how wealthy he is?
Wait, really?
Yeah, Berg has...
Merru!
That's
what do
true,
you
but
think
that's
Wait,
that's
he's like...
that's
he's got
Meru's
money?
boy. That's
Well,
Meru.
yeah.
Berg has so much money. He could just ask other... I mean, if he needed to, he could ask any other member of the middle for a loan if he needed it. But do you think... What, do you think he runs that giant ship off of confetti and candy? He's rolling in money, Merru.
Probably.
Well, I thought he was, I don't know, like getting by. I don't know how it works.
He runs a major shipping expedition. It's how he gets all the supplies to us.
Well, yeah, I just didn't think that, like, you had, like, that much left over.
None of this would have been a problem if you spelled it right the first time, by the way.
That is true.
Listen,
He didn't say wolf.
I may not have been the best father,
That's-
and yes, I may not have
Wo-
spelled wolf with an E,
Well, it's
but I
Wolf.
taught both of my kids how to run an upstanding enterprise. You balance your books, you watch your deficit, and you make profit.
Clearly
Berg
not
has
if you
done-
made a mistake on this name.
Well, it wouldn't have been a mistake had I handled it from the beginning. But it seems I made an error because I didn't handle the process from beginning to end. $500 has been sent to Berg. I'll send him a text and tell him to pay the invoice.
You better not ever try to change the Lady Wolf's name.
I will spell it with an E.
Pascal, keep an eye on him.
Pascal looks
Pascal already does.
much too excited to be told to keep an eye on Prior, and you can see its beady little green eye looking at you, Prior.
Well then. All right, everybody. Onwards we go. And Miix will, after wincing at the fine, I mean, imagine that. It's so embarrassing. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and they all set off.
Absolutely. You're able to set off towards V Corp. Throughout the journey, Prior, you will receive a little thumbs up and party hat text from Berg confirming that he's paid the fine that you all were charged. You're all able...
Prior goes, I do now owe Berg, however, $500, but we'll handle that later.
Actually, that's 700,000 on. But...
Yeah, sorry, 700,000 on. Sorry, I did the fucking Americanized conversion in my head. But Prior marks it in. Prior takes out not his book of vengeance, but like a smaller black pocket book and flips it open. It appears to be just like pages and pages of like accounting and debt information, and like all the people who owe Prior money versus all the people who owe Prior favors. He just flips to like halfway through the book and just makes a tally down.
Absolutely. You can put that tally down. You all are not interrupted by the Hana Association this time when you cross over to V Corp.
For half a second, the word Hana left your mouth and all sense left my brain. Please continue.
No. Don't worry. Abraham is not there this time. You all continue on through V Corp. And at last, you hit the border to W Corp's District 23. District 23's back streets. The neon lights shine at all hours of the day here. Fixers are hung on the streets like scarecrows, their ragged corpses up for display, and these are what greet you. At least, you think those are corpses. An opportunistic butcher dressed in a bloodied apron is harvesting someone else's spoils. One of those strung up fixers. And the body seems to twitch just slightly. If they're still alive, it won't be for long. You see a couple heads mounted from the top of power poles that you pass by. Everything is permitted here in the pursuit of making delicious dishes. Your RV drives past the restaurants in this place, and in the windows, all kinds of meat dishes can be seen, from pies to sausages to steaks. Merru, Prior, and Kai, the three of you know quite well how guests to these restaurants often end up on the plate instead. And how are you all feeling at the, for some of you, familiar sight that greets you as I welcome you all, managers, to the districts of 23.
I guess Merru is, as they arrive, he's feeling pretty tense. Because while the sights of the district are unfortunately pretty familiar, he never thought he'd have to see them again until recently. So seeing the district would make his stomach churn a little bit. But I think part of him is, a little hopeful that visiting his hometown for the last time will help him come to terms with things, maybe make him feel a little bit better. But the other part of him is apprehensive, of course, because he knows they have to go, but he just can't help but be a little concerned, especially now that he knows, Zachary's there, big brother, and Vienna told him not to come back. He's just feeling a bit unsure, but I think whenever he feels a bit unsure of what he's doing, Merru always falls back on one question, which is, does it need to be done? And as usual, he decides that the answer is yes. And once he comes to that conclusion, he feels a bit calmer.
Absolutely.
Prior is
filled with this visceral, just absolutely primal disgust. This whole trip, he's been maybe a little more irate than usual, and the second that we hit the back streets, it just like the facade comes down. His nose is scrunched, his upper lip is pulled up, showing his teeth. His face is his forehead is pressed against the glass with everything they pass by. He's on his best behavior. He's not throwing himself out of the RV to stop every single atrocity he sees, because we'd be here all day. But there is this absolute hatred in his gaze as he gazes out at the district he came from, at all the people engaging in the most terrible, disgusting, awful, opportunistic, inhumane acts. It turns his stomach, and yet he can't turn his eyes away.
Those scenes continue to unfold, and you're sure you'll see more of them, especially when you reach the streets of flavor.
Kai looks out the window to the streets lined with corpses with an almost passive expression. This is familiar scenery to him, as it is to most of the others in the RV. While his adrenaline, or his heart is pumping a bit, knowing what's to come, it's almost a little alleviating to his stress to see such a familiar sight, and seeing the restaurants and thinking of the taste of the food that he once ate living here. He does feel a bit hungry as he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand.
Hi. You can see those meats on display there, and you know there's always a risk whenever you enter a restaurant in District 23, but you're pretty sure you can handle anyone who might try to attack you in there. And Miix, I believe this is your first time, unlike the other three, to the district.
Yeah. Miix is the only one here who has never seen this sort of place. She's heard about them. She's read about them. She might have even seen pictures, but it's nothing compared to seeing this sort of place in person. She is the fish out of water here. Make no mistake. Her eyes are glued to the scenery. She stares as the neon lights reflect against her eyes and her face. She studies the bodies that are hung up like sacks of flesh. It's so surreal that for a moment she doesn't feel anything at all. It's like going into a museum and seeing a strange painting that you can't really comprehend. Yeah, you can sense there's something more there. But that feeling quickly fades away and is replaced by a quiet dread. This is a place that she should not be. She doesn't belong here. She isn't someone who would survive, quite frankly, here. There is no comfort for her here. It's like a small animal wandering into the den of a predator that is much larger, much more vicious, and is waiting to pounce. And Miix is only barely able to swallow down the gasps that try to rise up in her throat. But the hair on her arms stands up, and she feels a cold feeling run down her back as she drives through the streets. That being said, she's in the driver's seat, which means it's up to her to at least get them somewhere they can stop. I think, Mr. DM,
Yes.
even if she is shocked and frightened by all the things they've seen, she at least had an idea of what it would be like before all this. And so I would like to say that Miix rented out a garage or something to park the RV in.
Absolutely. I can
Is
say
that fair to say?
when you were handling, first of all, because prior Merru and Kai have lived in this area before, they were able to give you proper warning and also tell you of some places where those who were wealthy enough to have vehicles, they don't last long on the streets. So yes, you're able to find that garage you could rent out, to park the RV there, as you have a feeling the longer the RV is on the streets, the bigger a target it will become. Even with all of you inside. Perhaps even more so with all of you inside.
Yeah, Miix will start turning towards she'll make her way towards the garage, and as she parks in, she just says it out loud to the others. Alright, the RV at least should be safe here. It might cost a bit for the protection it offers, but it's safe.
It's worth
The
it
RV.
in this place. I agree.
The RV is safe at least. And yeah, Miix will park. She will, I think, have one last thought as she parks, and that is a place like this. If this is where Abel was, then she's more of a sinner than she had originally thought. That's that.
And Miix, as you park the RV, throughout your entire drive through District 23, you all notice, I imagine, or any of you who have been paying attention notice, that Yuna was peeking out the window at first and is basically hidden under one of the bunk beds that you all have in here. They quickly stopped looking out the window at the first fixer scarecrow strung up between the border.
Well, that's not surprising. I think Merru will notice what Yuna's doing, and he'll just kind of be like, Yuna, if you're coming with us, you're gonna have to get out from there, you know that, right?
I guess I assumed we would just be driving all the way to the web.
Can't make it to the web via car. I designed it that way. Too much opportunity for people to use the terrain to their advantage. You have to reach the web project on foot. It's the only way to ensure that you can properly funnel in potential invasions or attacks from any angle.
Okay, so we're going out
Yuna.
there.
Yuna.
I told you to be like ready in case we had to do that.
We have to go through with this. We're together, okay?
No, you're right. I'd rather stay with all of you than stay in here, just in case. Yuna does crawl out from under the bed, trying not to look embarrassed, and is desperately pushing the glasses up on their face as their hand shakes and they say, okay, you're right. We're together. Merru is incredibly scary looking, so I'm sure he'll keep away any threats.
And you got big scary teeth.
Yuna looks down
You'll
and
fit in.
But please don't say that. I'd rather not fit in this area.
Well, I think we all stand out. But you have scary teeth. And I have a scary gun. And we all have scary things.
And Kai has a scary hand, and Pryor has an eyeball in his chest.
That's true.
Did you forget the ones on his face?
The ones on his, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I feel
but-
like the eye's a little endearing. It kind of reminds me of the tearful thing.
Aw, that's sweet.
Well, then I guess Pryor's not
Mixwell
scared.
elbow Pryor in the shoulder for him to say thank you.
Pryor's face is very solemn. He's looking at Yuna, and there's this like distant recollection in the back of his gaze. And when he gets elbowed, he kind of blinks a few times, like he wasn't really paying attention to the conversation. And he looks over and he goes, yeah. What
All right.
you said.
Right. All right, everybody. And Mix will sober up a bit and say, let's go. You three know this place best, so we'll follow your lead.
Right.
Should we have our weapons drawn?
No. Just keep a hand on them.
All right.
And would you all like to file out of the RV?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think Pryor does, when he goes to leave, walk by Yuna. He will toss up just a single line. He'll just kind of go, "It's okay to be afraid of this place. It used to terrify me back when I was your age." And that's really all he has to offer. He's seeing a reflection of something he hasn't seen in the mirror for a very long time.
Yuna sort of jolts up at that and looks at you for a moment prior as if they want to ask more before they just shake their head and say, "It's fine. We'll be fine." And all of you step out. Yuna is keeping very close in between kind of all of you as you're walking. Unless any of you change where you are positioned in particular.
If we can, Yuna probably should stay more towards like the middle of the group.
Yeah.
Not
I was
in the
gonna say,
front,
we
not
could, like,
behind.
surround them.
Absolutely. Let me kind of move Yuna into the middle of all of you. There we go. We got kind of like...
Wait, actually, can
Maybe this positioning is the least optimal positioning.
Yeah, can I like switch places with Miix maybe?
Yeah,
So,
that's
like
a good
on
idea.
the side.
There you go.
Yeah, like right. No, right. No. Oh, you know what? You get the point. Right there.
Right there. As you all start out, Yuna's keeping close to the middle. Merru, I imagine you're sort of positioned to hit any targets that might come at you all. Kai, I imagine you're on guard. Miix as well. Prior, given you know this area, probably the best, you or Merru, one of you should be at the front.
Merru can see anything that's different, and Prior remembers these streets, not as well as he would as they get closer to the web, but Prior and Merru up front makes the most sense, especially if something comes out and tries to kill them instantly. If it's going to hit anyone, Prior's probably the best bet.
Absolutely. You all are in positions. As you're walking through, you all notice that this area has a lot of construction going on. There's a bunch of dilapidated buildings. The air is filled with almost this hazy smoke. The lights here are purple and blue, neon shining down at you all and making it very hard to tell what type of day it is.
I will say, with all the construction, very quickly Prior like goes to take a street that doesn't exist and just kind of stares at like a hole in the ground for a moment, and then just goes, Merru, I think I might need you to give me the directions, and I'll just move ahead.
Fine.
Perfect memory doesn't really help you when you don't have any survival and they keep changing things.
Absolutely. It probably also doesn't help Prior that once you began the web project, you didn't often venture into the rest of District 23.
Yeah. But yes, Prior takes point. Merru guides the way.
Absolutely. And as you are all walking, I need you all to make me intuition awareness rolls.
Can Prior give an assist to Merru?
Absolutely. Any of you can give assists to each other if you would like. Yuna can also give an assist to Merru because Yuna's got free
Perfect.
awareness. And I know
What
Merru has
is
the
difficulty?
highest. The challenge?
Also.
Let me roll to see what the challenge would be.
Oh.
Roll.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry. It's all good.
Oh god.
You're gonna scare me.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Wait, can I ask if Kai is also giving a bonus dice or no?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Are we all like community sharing this? Like, are we all getting?
Miix is the only one who is not assisting.
That's all right.
It's only a challenge
She
too.
doesn't have it.
Oh, challenge 2. Okay.
Oh, Miix might actually be able to get this on.
Wow.
And you all can gain an additional synth point with affinity.
You know,
Yay.
I passed. That's what matters.
That's good. Wonderful.
Wow, that was a bad roll. It's fine.
All right, that's 3 successes for Merru, 1 success for Miix. Is anyone else making their own roll, or did you all assist Merru?
I assisted.
Oh, yep.
I assisted.
Wonderful. I see right there. So, Merru. I will first say, Miix, You do not notice anything. You are probably too on edge right now. And there's also probably too many new sights and sounds given all the construction and all the rats around here that nothing really jumps out to you. There's sort of too much happening to really focus on anything in particular. Merru,
Yes.
with your 3 successes, the person you see approaching you all, rather the 2 people you see approaching you all, aren't
Oh.
trying to be stealthy. Even if they were trying to move stealthily, you have a feeling that they would draw a lot of attention to themselves.
Okay.
And prior, once they're close enough within range, you do hear this.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Danger approaches. Be on guard.
Oh.
There are 2 figures
Oh.
that approach the 5 of you. A woman and a man. Greetings, Pryor. Yo, Big Brother Pryor! You haven't changed a bit, huh? Even after all these years. Everyone here has been waiting for your return. There are 2 imposing figures who stand in your path, managers. The first is a woman with her hair pulled back and the cracked armor of the Zwei inlaid with golden chains. She has a stone-faced expression on her face, and her gaze is focused on Pryor in particular. The second is a man with spiked hair. He's wearing a cloak similar to Berg's own, and that of the Pryor you all witnessed back in T Corp, called Forth from the Mirror Tech. He does not wear the pattern of the webs. Instead, his patterns are sharper, almost like the feathers of a hawk. He carries himself with confidence, his chest puffed out, but his eyes do keep flickering to Pryor, who he can't seem to quite look in the face, head bowed and still deferential to him. And when his eyes aren't on the big brother, they go to you, Merru, for a moment, and you see that familiar hate and disgust in them, that to him, you're still less than the trash on the streets. The 2 are covered in tattoos of the middle. Pryor and Kai, you both recognize the woman. It is Pryor's ex-wife, Mary, who stands before you. And beside her is a man all of you but the Nestborns here would know of. Zachary, a former butcher of the middle, stands draped in the garb of a big brother. Both of them are eyeing the five of you up, and both seem to relax when they see the fifth person with you isn't a certain purple-haired big brother. So you didn't bring him after all. Mary mutters under her breath, and there's a relief in those eyes. The hold on her sword loosens, and her stance shifts ever so slightly from one prepared to fight to one more, well, relaxed isn't so much the right word for it, but you can see that she has become slightly less hostile. Seeing Berg not among you all, Zachary, who hears her, slings an arm around her shoulder and forces a smile on his face, speaking through gritted teeth. What the big sis here means to say is that it's a shame Berg isn't with you. It's been so long since he's been back here. We always had so much fun roughhousing together, all in good fun, of course. When we heard the boss man himself would be back here, well, we just figured he'd be tagging along with you, Big Brother Pryor. And Pryor, you can tell that Zachary is sizing you up. You've been gone for quite some time, long enough that with Zachary's new station, some of that fear has faded he once held for you. But enough still lingers that he's under your leash. For now.
Pryor has a confident, clear moment where he clears his throat. His shoulders drop back, and if a man can grow taller simply by force of will, Pryor does, assuming a similar stance to the one when he confronted Berg the first time, as he looks Zachary up and down. But his gaze can't help but flicker to Mary every now and again as he goes, "Congratulations to both of you on your status. The middle rewards those who show loyalty and dedication. It's nice to see the little family I put together is growing. My sabbatical, it seemed, had only the results I intended.
Both of their...
I do hope. Oh, Pryor says, I do hope you have kept my throne warm, however.
At your greeting, Pryor, and at the mention of the little family, both of their eyes seem to twitch a bit, though Mary looks more resigned and tired behind that stone gaze, while Zachary looks as if he's trying to keep any insubordination in. Mary is silent for a moment before she speaks and says, "The throne has been waiting for you, Pryor, in your long absence."
Good. I will, of course, make this clear in case it wasn't. The four behind me are my close associates. You're already well familiar with Kai, but you will treat the rest of them as you would treat him. Family looks after each other's family, after all.
They both look past you, Pryor, at the four there. Mary speaks first and says, "Yes, I do remember Kai." And Kai, there is a small, not quite smile, but the slightest bit of warmth in her eyes as they fall on you for a moment. Zachary also looks to you, Kai. And you can see that smile on his face widen. You remember your past relations with him that Prior always remained unaware of. And his chains rattle a bit as he just grins at you and says, "Hi, it's good to see you found your way back to the Big Brother." Before he turns to Prior and says, "I know he was always quite loyal to you."
Loyalty is the trait I prize above all others, Big Brother Zachary. It is loyalty that puts the order in law and order, and it is loyalty that kept the web together. It is loyalty that I demand. And it is loyalty I am glad you remember.
Hey, Prior, can you make me a presence leadership real quick?
Oh, absolutely. I am going to push this result.
It is a challenge 5.
Yep. Oh, God.
Oh
know
my
what?
gosh.
I can't salvage this. Prior is projecting this confidence, but I don't think Zachary is taking it.
Prior, you see Zachary's eyes narrow. Mary is standing right there. And you know, with both you and her here, it is unlikely that Zachary will try anything for the moment. However,
I have not secured Zachary's loyalty.
you have not secured Zachary's loyalty, and he believes you to be weak. Perhaps not in terms of strength, but at least as a leader and as the one who should be sitting on the throne.
Cool. Prior's eyes glaze over the two of them, and he has never felt weaker. As he projects confidence, tightens his mask as best he can, and falls into an awkward silence.
I'm gonna do a quick roll here. Mary, seeing the silence, quickly speaks up to fill it and says, "Well, Prior, we hope that you will return to the web soon. The little family has been waiting for you."
Of course. I've heard the rumblings in the back of my head. My home is calling to me once again, and I'm sure you'll both be there to greet me as I return to my throne. Prior has clocked that no one's mentioned Abel, and he's not going to bring him up first. Prior is beginning to get a sense that he is being invited to an ambush, but he's not going to give away that he knows that.
Absolutely.
Prior goes, I will be there to, of course, greet you all. I might just have a few things I need to attend to, some colleagues I need to talk to, but I will be back home shortly.
We await your return, don't we, Big Brother Zachary? And Zachary, his posture has become more relaxed Prior, you see, as the chains rattle a bit. And he says, "Well, I've gotten to give my Greetings to Big Brother Pryor. And you know, of course, Big Brother, that my loyalty lies with you, and always has. But I should get going.
Yes.
And for a moment, his eyes trail to Merru behind you. And Merru, you can feel that intense hatred on you. You know the only thing stopping him right now is Pryor and Mary's presence.
Right. Yeah. I think Merru is how do I word this? Terrified. He is deathly silent. I think if anything he subconsciously scooted, shuffled closer to the rest of the group. And anything that he may have wanted to say, I think he just actually seeing Zachary again, he loses all of his I don't know the right word, his the word is blanking on me. Desire, I guess, to be all big and strong and say something, really stick it to him. He doesn't do anything.
Absolutely. And as Zachary turns his back on all of you, Mary looks to him and says, "Shall I escort you back to the web? You can do whatever the fuck you want." And you all watch as he leaves with a quick, half-hearted bow to you, Pryor. And his cloak sweeps behind him. His footsteps fade away, the sound of chains rattling, leaving Mary behind. The woman doesn't shrink, despite the exhale she lets out, lasting long enough to fill the tire of Wolf. Her eyes grow duller as she scans you all with the war-tested eyes of a veteran fighter. Unlike Zachary, she's looking at you all with something between pity and regret. The look you give someone when there's nothing left you can do for them. Pryor, her eyes eventually linger on you. She rests her shield on her back. The sound of magnets and chains snap into place as it locks on her back. And she moves with military precision until her feet stand just a few inches from your own, her arms reaching up with years of instinct. As she grabs your tie and begins gently adjusting it, paying the extra eyes on your face no mind, as her focus is completely trapped in her task. She doesn't speak. She just cleans you up slightly, tenderly, wordlessly.
You can say the line. They all say it. They're all going to say it. Even Zachary said it. I'm waiting.
You're a mess, Pryor.
I'm exhausted, Mary.
That's the closest thing you've had to a change in years. Seems this vacation was good for you.
Prior looks. I like what you've done with your hair. It looks good. Very different. It suits you.
Mary still isn't looking at you, Prior. And as she continues cleaning you up, working on the tie, she simply says, "Time isn't as kind to me. I had to adjust to keep up with it."
She can't hide that expression, no matter how hard she tries. And inviting sleep makes time kinder.
I suppose I took for granted that even after everything, he wouldn't let me work until I dropped. So I barely gave me 6. He wouldn't let anyone take less than 12. And Prior, you see that there are bags under her eyes. And she has the face of a woman who has been trying to hold this place together and keep it from breaking.
People deserve to enjoy their lives. I felt like a tyrant anytime I made someone work more than 8 hours in a day. Back then, I could make up the difference.
For everyone?
Better than you can.
That an insult?
Prior lets out a long, very soft sigh. And unlike that terrifying, ear-splitting pull back that he's called a smile, just this genuine delight lights up his face. It rests itself from the corner of his mouth. No. No, my once beloved. It's a fact.
Mary falls silent for a moment, even as her hands continue to work. Can't remember the last time I slept. So I guess you're still right. Shame that part of you hasn't changed.
Oh, it's one of my few good traits.
Mary finishes adjusting your tie and lays a hand on your chest for a moment, right near the eye of Schadenfreude. I wish it was Prior. And I wish I believed that too. She finally turns her attention to everyone else. Mary, I gave up my family and any titles that come along with it when I defected from my position. Former South Section 2 SWI, Big Sister of the Middle, Magistrate of the Web, Watcher of the Children. The titles aren't necessary. Only use them if you want me to use one of yours in kind. I'm here officially to invite you all as guests to the web project. I'm here unofficially to warn you about the first reason I'm here.
Prior swallows a lump in his throat and turns to everyone else, completely exposing his back to Mary and completely fearless as he does so. We can trust her. And I promise you all that. This, you know Kai, Mary. This is Yuna, Merru, and Miix. We are all here for different reasons, but is it true that Abel's taken control of the host?
Yes, it is. Abel has control of the host, but not the web itself. He is the one on the throne. But everyone there has their own agendas. I cannot control what he, or Zachary, or Percy, or any of the others here might do. I need you to understand, Prior. In your absence, the web project is dying. You need to be there for it to not die out completely in the next few years.
It's that bad.
Yes. I'm losing ground each day. Zachary is expanding his own influence. And no one here can keep a hold of him.
Without loyalty, the web project cannot exist. The hearts and minds of the people and its leadership, and fear from everyone who would seek to oppose it. You need someone who can make up the difference. Abel has something we need. Once we retrieve it, we can figure out what to do next. But I assume he has no plans of handing anything over to us willingly.
I doubt that. I do not think that he would relinquish his position willingly. And Prior, for a moment, her eyes flit to Miix at the back of you all. And there's a uncertain recognition in them. Did you bring his sibling here?
Prior looks back at Miix and gives a nod that she can speak to Mary.
I came here of my own volition to see my brother.
And you were the one called Cain.
I am Cain Leonis, yes.
Then I can only caution you that your brother perhaps does not want to see you.
You are not the first, and you may not be the last to tell me that, my lady. But I appreciate the warning anyways.
She nods her head to you, Miix, and you can see for a moment there's a glimmer of respect in her eyes at the manners before her gaze flits to Merru and that recognizable hair color. And she just lets out a bit of a sigh prior as she says, "And you brought Vienna's spreader."
I thought she would have learned from Miix that Kane, that I haven't brought them. They have their own reason for coming.
I see. For the sake of appearances, I would recommend... Well, I suppose we can drop those pretenses here. But I will caution you when you return to the web. It is best you don't slip up like you did before.
Noted. But I promise you, Merru can take care of himself.
It is not Merru I am worried about in this instance, Prior.
I'm aware I made mistakes in the past, Mary.
And I wish T Corp were more powerful so that I could go back and change them. But this time it'll be different. The web project must continue. And my duty must be done. And everyone here has a reason. We'll keep them all alive. We'll keep them safe. We'll continue to give them the lives we promised to them. If my plan were fire and brimstone, I would have brought Berg.
I am well aware of that fact, and I am glad you did not bring our son into this. I would have not wanted to face off against him, or be the one to put him down.
So that's it then. That's your warning. You and everyone else. If we want to take it back, we'll have to fight our way through to the end.
Once you enter the web, Prior, you are either going to be seated on that throne or thrown into Neo. But you won't be leaving. Finish any business you or your... She looks past you all again, as if unsure what word to use, as she says, companions have in W Corp before stepping foot into the web project. Because once you enter, you'll set off a chain reaction that can't be stopped. And I cannot promise you who will fight on your side or against you.
Noted. We'll do what must be done.
She nods her head.
Thank you, Mary.
The web awaits your return, Prior. And as she steps back, she looks over the five of you once more. She gives a nod to you, Kai.
Kai's not been making any eye contact with Mary or Zachary, but they do flit from the ground up to her, and he bows his head respectfully towards her, and does actually return that same warmth adjacent gaze that she gave earlier, but swallows any words that he might have greeted her with.
There's a mix in her eyes of both relief to see you here and disappointment isn't quite the right word, but almost a sadness at where you still remain after all these years. I suppose we'll meet again soon, Prior.
As long as the people need me, I'll stick around. I'll see you soon, my once beloved.
And she turns and heads off. The chains rattle as she walks. Prior. And there is a sadness and a softness in her gaze. The final words she says to you as she leaves, quiet enough that you're not sure if they were even meant to reach your ears. I wish things had been different.
Prior closes his eyes, and like a computer resetting itself when he opens them again, any warmth in his gaze smothers. Not even the ashes remain, as he sort of looks over his shoulder and goes, despite having more than enough personal reasons to despise us, it seems we have at least one ally here. Mary can be persuaded to aid us so long as our actions align with the stabilization of the web. It's critical that we don't make an enemy of every single person in the web. I will remind you all, we're playing by middle rules now. We can tiff, we can spar, we can fight, and I can protect you all. But if someone goes for the kill, make sure you either have evidence or there's no body to be found. There's only so much I can do. But butchers, rats, anything else we find at these back streets is fair game. And I know none of you would, but if anyone in the web project, the citizens, the people gets hurt, you'll have wished the middle were the ones answering the call. But I don't think we should head to the web right now. They're expecting us for an ambush, so let's familiarize ourselves and get anything else we need to get done finished.
I think if Merru had been feeling apprehensive before, now he could practically hear like warning alarms going off in his head. I think that he was barely even focused on the conversation. Like even if his face, like that was mostly like hidden by his facial coverings, looked neutral. He was barely focused, and I think now, like if you look close enough, like you can see that he was shaking just a little bit. But he had calmed down a little when Zachary left. And I do think when he heard Mary refer to Berg as her own son, his eye did twitch a little, but he did not say anything. He said nothing. He has other things to focus on. And he still has a really bad feeling in his mouth about all of this. He really does not want to go to the web if that's what's waiting for them. He really doesn't, but like it's what he needs to do. He's already been over this. They're already here. So nothing you can do about it. He'll have to handle that when they get there, he supposes. And so he will just nod. And well, I guess I don't know if anyone else has anything to say.
Miix is just taking everything in. I mean, the entire time she was just studying Zachary and Mary when they were here. In her head, I mean, those are the people that Abel was with. The people that, consciously or not, he's surrounded himself with. It just makes her all the more eager to see him again. And find out what's happened to him. So she's a little bit off in her own world. Hearing enough chatter, she just snaps back to reality and nods. The others can tell she's not all there for obvious reasons, but she nods and says, right.
Well, I guess if that's all everyone has to say, I was gonna say that I'm speaking as a player right now. Just to clarify, I'm speaking as a player right now. Merru, I know they're kind of in the area more where Merru was from, so I think he will kind of take the lead here if they're not going directly to the web. So I think he'll take a quick minute to compose himself, and then he will take a deep breath and go, well, if we're not going there right this second, there was just a few brief things I wanted to do around here. This was kind of my own area that I lived for a while, where I grew up. So if you'll let me, it shouldn't be long, really. I know where to go.
Yeah.
I'll follow your lead.
Right. So I guess Merru, he will start leading them down the street. And as he does, He's a little awkward because when would he ever think that he'd be bringing people back to his hometown? And I think there's maybe a little bit of an awkward silence right now. So to kind of say something at least, he'll just go, well, welcome to my hometown, I guess. There's a few, I guess you could call them zones around here. Most people know, like, the stereotypical Streets of Flavor, but my place was pretty small if you compare it. It's just a construction area, really. So there's not as much going on. There's a saying around here that goes that this is a place with no reasons to visit and only reasons to leave. And then he kind of like gestures and he goes, I guess that's mostly true. I'd like to think it used to be a little different. Used to not be too bad, honestly, but no one I know or used to know is really here anymore. So I'll 2 stops and then we can get out of here. And he sighs a little after he says that. And Mr. DM, there was the first place he had wanted to stop at was his old the watch house where he and his pack kind of like unofficially ran the neighborhood watch.
Yes, I was going to say, Merru, all of you know, because I imagine you'll probably want to all discuss before wandering off places about the plan that you all have and relaying that, because all of you know that you have a bit of time and this would be your only chance to, right now, handle any business before heading to the web project itself.
Yeah. No, Pryor is completely on board with this. He nods and he says, the web project is in the heart of the Backstreets, nestled away between buildings in an area few people even know how to get to. I think that it's actually best, Merru, that you take the lead. I'd love to see your area of the Backstreets while we're here. All the time we can buy ourselves now makes it more unpredictable when we arrive. And besides, there's a lot of very dangerous backstreet to cross between now and when we get there. So, I'm all for taking a tour.
It would be a quick one, so.
Huh. I think it would be nice.
Well, okay, we can do that then.
All right. Pryor seems to snap out of whatever recollection he's been trapped in for a little bit at the blissful fact that someone else has somewhere to go and he can delay going home a little bit longer. Admittedly, any excitement he seemed to have, even hidden excitement about going to the web, has been completely crushed by this singular interaction.
As they walk, I mean, yeah, it's the reason that she's here. She's going to bring it up, and the others know this. Or at least I think she will bring this up now. I know I said that as they walk. I know I said that I wanted to talk to Abel. I You'll let me have that, right?
Of
And
course.
She looks at the others.
Of course. Unless he, jumps out of the rafters riding a flaming bird and
Tries to kill us immediately.
No, I mean, even if we fight him, I think we should make priorities clear. What? I want to bring him back with us.
That gets a surprised expression out of Pryor.
I mean, you want to bring him back with us, but if he refuses, there's nothing you can do about that, right? Sometimes, I don't know, force doesn't always work. As Merru thinks back to when he was, when he last spoke to Vienna, and he frowns a little, but doesn't say anything more.
I don't. That's been my plan, but you all heard what they said. The big brother and the big sister.
Yes.
I
They're planning an
naively, yeah, I naively believe that Pryor had more of a draw than he did. Not for your own fault.
There's a slightly stinging expression on Pryor's face, but he's not disagreeing with the assertion that they didn't fall in line in the way he had hoped they would.
That changes things, doesn't it? And Miix looks at everyone again, and while there is definitely tension in her voice as she says, the ambush that you mentioned, that they mentioned, that mixed in with the attitude they had. I mean, that. What was his name? The big brother?
Zachary?
Zachary. You spoke to him and he didn't seem to listen to you as strongly as I thought he would. I knew this place was dangerous. And maybe it's because I'm the only one who hasn't been here before. But
Yuna's been completely silent, but at that does kind of just glance at you and say, I haven't been here before either. I mean, it sounds like that whatever's going on, your brother's back at the web, but it seems like the people themselves are on Prior's side.
I know your Miix decides not to mention the fact that for a moment she forgot Yuna was here. And she goes on and says, my point is that I thought I knew who was in control here, and now it seems like all of that has been turned on its head. We don't know what we can trust, who we can trust, and you think we can trust her.
I know we can trust Mary. Mary's loyalty has always been to the people. Percy's loyalty has always been to Neo. Zachary's loyalty has always been to himself. Berg is out of the picture.
And my brother is a wild card. I believe you when you say, reluctantly perhaps, but I believe you when you say we can trust Mary. That's just, there's so many uncertainties that I've not.
If we
and
can
Miix.
Prior
Go ahead.
sees that Miix is, he does jump in. He says, if we can persuade Percy on our side, it will tip the scale of balance. I don't think Zachary would try anything with both Percy and Mary firmly on our side. That's why I think giving it a little time, spending a little time in the back streets might be good. Gives them a chance to branch out, have some time to think. But also, I do have to remind you, Miix, the Abel I knew was a damn good department head. He knew how to suppress abnormalities. He knew how to fight. And if he's taken control of the seat of the host, if he has tapped into Neo's power, I promise you, us killing him before you get a chance to talk to him is not even an option on the table. I don't think we could easily kill him even if we wanted to. If you can convince him to willingly give up Neo, if you could bring him back, it would save us all quite the headache.
Miix thinks about it for a moment, and then I think she finally gets to the point that she wanted to make, the statement that she wanted to make, and she says, the reason I bring this all up is I need to know that everything surrounding that we can... I need to know that I can count on you guys and your knowledge of this place and its people for me to get to my brother. That's what I need. And it's selfish, and I know that, but I can't pretend that that isn't the main reason why I'm here. I need to know that I can count on all of you.
I expect we're all going to work together. So,
we can't do all this if one of us defects anyway, so...
Either way, that's our plan. For now, let's push that out of mind. We're about to be let in on a little bit of history.
Okay. I just wanted to know where everyone stands.
And Merru, would you like to lead everyone to the warehouse?
Yes. He would love to lead everyone to the old watch house and see. Hopefully it's still able to be gotten to.
Can you make me I would say intuition survival to see how long it takes you to get there and how difficult of a path it is? It's a challenge
Sure,
tree.
Challenge 3. Where's my I haven't rolled survival in the longest. Where's my survival? There it is.
Do the rest
You
of
said
us have to roll to, like, climb there or
No,
whatever?
just
Oh, sorry.
Merru.
Okay.
You said intuition survival?
Yeah, intuition survival.
Okay, let's see. 2.
Would you like to
roll
spend
that.
some sanity?
There we go.
4 successes, you're able to find your way back to the old watch house without any issues.
Awesome.
And Merru, it's a rundown building. There's no one here for the moment, but you're sure that rats likely used it at some point, whether it be a temporary base of operations or a storage space.
Yes. I think when Merru arrives, he pauses outside of it, and he takes a long look down the road past all of the smoke and dust and stuff. And he narrows his eyes as he briefly remembers a time that feels so long ago to him, that he wishes felt like it wasn't so long ago. And then he goes to step inside after making sure that it is empty, and allows the others to follow behind him. And I guess when they're all inside, he'll just kind of turn around in like a little circle. There's not much to see, and he just goes, this is my old watch house. It's where the neighborhood watch that I ran. We used to, it wasn't like officially ours, of course. We didn't have that kind of money, and the place isn't even, well, as you can tell, it's not exactly great. But unofficially, we kind of set up shop here. And we used to even have, we stole a little TV at one point. Obviously, it's been gone for the longest time, but I stashed some things away here before I left the district. So I'm hoping, well, just thinking maybe they're still here. And Mr. DM,
Yes.
may Merru roll to see if any of his old things are somehow still here?
Absolutely. You can make me an intuition survival check. at challenge free, and for every 2 successes above the challenge, you find something else stored there.
Okay, let's see.
3 successes.
Do I want to? I think. The radio.
Dang, I
He's
would have
looking
given
for-
you an assist die.
Yeah. Oh, you're good. He's looking for a radio and a knife specifically, and well, some other things, I guess. But I don't think I'll reroll. It's all right.
Are you sure you don't want to reroll? You can add an extra dice if Kai is assisting you. Yuna has no survival, so they can't help. But Prior and Miix also can't help, so you can roll 1 more die, but I don't think that will help you.
Maybe it'll crit.
It could crit. Actually,
Wait,
no,
so
you
I
can't
can
crit. You can't crit because you need another dice in order to crit.
Yeah. Wait, so I can roll like
Dang.
one more singular dice?
Yes, but that won't actually help you because 4 successes won't.
Well, you could roll.
You're right.
You could roll one more singular die, and then it might affect your decision to choose to re-roll.
Yeah.
Why not? How do I roll a singular dice again?
Just click on any. Just click on any attribute and skill, and then reduce the dice down to 1.
Yep.
Oh, you're right. Oh man.
That's 4 successes.
See, look, if you re-roll, you might.
Yeah,
you
fine.
might
I'll
be able
re-roll.
to Find your.
You can spend some sanity and re-roll.
Yes. I won't let me re-roll. I'm pressing re-roll and it won't let me.
Here, I did it for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
that's
Well, there we go.
5
Got 5.
successes. So you find 2 items.
Well, actually, 6 successes, but yes,
Oh,
because that
successes.
extra-
Yes, 6 successes. So that's still 2 items. So Merru, you're able to find a radio that belonged to one of your friends. You find it in this place. It's this little yellow and brown radio, and it's not working very well, but it does somehow still seem to be like it could be fixed up, if that makes sense. Like at this point, it's very staticky. It's pretty much dead,
Yeah.
but it was stashed well enough that probably Prior could fix it back up for you with his craft. And you also find a rusted knife. You notice that the photos are gone, however, which is a little weird since you'd think the radio and the knife would be the more valuable items among them.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. That is weird. I think Merru, when you see him kind of like looking around like against the wall for like a little like thing that he can like take like a brick out of, like a big like slab of concrete, I guess. And he's able to do it, and you see him sigh in relief as he pulls out the 2 items. And then you watch him like peer inside the little like nook, I guess. And he tilts his head and he goes, "That's weird. I don't know why that's gone."
What is it?
And Merru, he'll stand up, and he'll be like, "I left some things behind. This was a radio and a knife that 2 of my old friends had. I didn't want to bring it with me to L Corp, because I was worried that it'd just be seen as junk. I could only really justify the little book I have. But I had some old photos that I was hoping that I could, it was a picture of like me in Vienna and me and my old friends, I don't know why they're not there. I left them there, but
You want to look
That's-
for them?
I mean, I left them in here, so if these things are here, I don't know why that'd be. But Merru will still, take a look around. And he'll pause for a second and stare at what just looks like a blank wall, like a blank concrete wall. And then he'll kind of like squat down, and he'll there's like a little divot that he'll poke at, and for a moment you hear him like let out like a little like nostalgic chuckle before he coughs a little and goes, you know, Berg used to well, the kids, they always wanted to mark their heights on the wall here. You can't see it anymore, so no one would know. But I remember this little divot in the wall is where I last got to mark Berg's height before before he was gone.
Prior quickly, yeah. Prior comes over and sort of leans down a bit to like squint at the wall.
Yeah. I remember because it messed up my line that I was making. It was a little shorter than I remembered. And he'll frown at that. And then I'm realizing now, is it only Prior who knows that Merru used to raise Berg? He's mentioned having known Berg, but did he tell the others? I don't
actually think it's ever come up before.
No,
Okay,
it's never come up.
Okay,
Yeah, Kai and
It
Miix
hasn't
aren't
come
aware
up.
of that fact.
but also Berg has almost called Merru mom like 15 times on call, like the Merru
this
thing.
is true. This is true.
Like while the rest of us were in the room.
Yeah.
This is true.
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like logically I could have parsed that out, or Kai could have parsed that out.
That's fine. Yeah.
I don't know about this, actually.
Miix just never asked because Mayor's pretty quiet about his life, so she just gave up.
Yeah.
Well,
Prior
you're here now.
looks at Prior looks at the little notch, or at least where Meru's pointing out the notch would be, and he'd be like, "Yeah, that was about as tall as he was when he wandered into the web."
That makes Merru frown more.
Oh.
And he just goes, yeah, that would check out, now wouldn't it?
Don't worry, he found somewhere safe to stay. We kept him. He was well fed, well looked after, grew big and strong, and despite me being far too harsh on him, he became a very good young man. And I suppose he took much of what it took to learn to live from you. So
Yeah.
it's clear you cared.
Yeah. I did. And I think Merru can tell that was meant to be like probably comforting, but hearing about how after Berg was gone, he got to grow up all big and strong and well fed and all that. I think Merru he gives a very long stare at the divot in the wall, and he just goes, yeah, I wish I could have gotten to see that. Anyway, and then Merru will stand up very quickly and give another look at the watch house before staring down at the damaged items in his hands, and he goes, well, anyway, that's really it for here, honestly. I just wanted to grab these. So obviously neighborhood watch is dissolved, so yeah, we can get out of here now, I guess.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
How young?
Hmm?
Pryor's actually looking out the window, out at the construction site, and around the dusty room, and he goes, "How young were the children you looked after?"
They ranged in age. A lot of the people around here, they were construction workers, or they were, my family worked in some company. Never came home. A lot of the families were like that. So they were all different ages. I'm bad at guessing ages. Everyone told me I sucked at guessing the ages of the kids. Maybe like the youngest were like 3, 4, all the way through like, usually by the time they got a little older, they didn't need us anymore. But maybe like 11, 12, I don't know. I wasn't the one to ask about that really, but I'm the only one here who can answer, so, usually,
Butchers.
the average maybe 8, 7.
Butchers, fixers, any number of rats. So many ways that your office was necessary.
Yeah, their families paid us if they needed to. Half the time, honestly, we just did it for free and they gave us stuff afterwards. Like they're down the road there. And Merru will kind of point in a direction and go, there was a little corner shop this lady ran, and we'd like fix her windows if we could. And she would give us discounts even if she couldn't like pay us outright. So it worked out, but we did also, if they could pay, they would, but we weren't like most fixer offices or syndicates who required protection fees. We just did it because you took care of your neighborhood. It was just the right thing to do. So
Your friends sound like good people.
they were. Speaking of that, that was kind of about the last place I wanted to go to. You know how earlier we were talking about graves and stuff? It's kind of like one of those. Again, it won't take long. Well, it would be bad if I came here and, didn't visit. So if you'll let me.
We're gonna go see their burial site.
Yes, and Merru remembers having mentioned it to Kai before, and he goes, yes, it's the place I brought up to you that time. So I know exactly how to get there. I went there all the time, so you're all free to come with me.
I would love to.
Pryor nods his head. I would be honored.
All right. Well, we can get out of here now. And it's clear Merru does not want to be standing in this watch house any longer. He wants to get out.
Let's go. We don't have time to waste.
Yuna's been quiet this whole time, just sort of keeping close to all of you, especially after everything that's happened, and they just kind of nod their head. It's clear that they're not fully aware of everything that's going on, but that they're trying to listen. Merru. And as you all head towards the construction site, I imagine,
Yes.
there are a bunch of construction workers blocking the path to the old burial site. You see an authorized personnel only sign, and that the site is closed and off limits here.
Oh. It's closed?
It looks like they're in the middle of work and they've shut it off to the public. You can even see a couple construction workers having to shoo away a rat over there, who probably came into this area to steal some scraps from them to resell.
Oh. Well, I think when they get there and they see the workers, Merru stops dead in his tracks. He goes, "What the fuck?"
Looks like we can't go in through the front door.
I need to get in there.
Well, we will, but do you know of a different way to get them?
I mean, it didn't look like this when I was here. It wasn't. I don't know why it's closed. It was never closed off before. It was just a plot of dirt.
Okay, then let's look for a way in.
Right.
Mr. DM.
I was gonna say, is it too easy to jump a fence?
Yes, I was gonna say you all could try to sneak your way in.
Yeah.
Or what we could do to heighten the chances, because it would be a challenge and everyone would need to sneak in separately.
Uh-oh.
What could happen instead is what I will allow is a skill challenge, where each of you can make a separate roll that would be used to help sneak your way in. So for instance, Prior could do a presence leadership to talk to and distract some of the workers. Miix could do an understanding technology with hacking to basically hack into some of the equipment and cause a commotion.
The forklift is no longer within your control.
The ring cameras are disabled.
Exactly.
Now, why has the ring got cameras here? Sorry.
But yes, you all can give me any role you would like, as long as you can justify it. And Yuna can assist one of you. Or actually, you know what? Yuna's an ally. Yuna can assist all of you that Yuna happens to have dots for the skill in.
Okay. I'm going to actually open. Prior does not want to talk to anyone because he doesn't know who's an ally of who in these backstreets, and quite frankly, he doesn't feel confident in his talking ability. There's fences, there's machinery, there's equipment. Can Prior make a craft roll to maybe like hijack a piece of machinery and use it to like sort of open up a path forward that without of course causing ridiculous amounts of property damage?
Absolutely. I think I forgot to mention before, you all gained an additional sin point from affinity. You can make
That's
your...
great. I'm going to spend it immediately.
Wonderful. You can make a reflex craft roll, and you can add an extra dice because Yuna does have craft. And they're
Miix
challenge
is
fours.
Gonna hacker woman her way through.
Absolutely. We'll do one at a time, so you can get ready to do yours after Prior goes, Miix.
Oh my... Well, you know what? This is why we have sanity.
Would you like to spend a sanity?
Okay.
5 successes. Prior, would you like to describe what it's like as you can craft your way through?
Prior sees up above, there's a stack of wood hanging from a crane or a winch pulley, and Prior quickly goes over to the control and he lowers it down and sort of gets everyone to climb on it and then re-wenches it back up so they can kind of pass over some of the workers.
Absolutely. You're able to avoid their gazes and get over. And Miix, you said you wanted to do a hacking roll?
Yes, Mr. DM. What is the challenge?
Awesome. It is a challenge 4. It's an understanding technology. You can add your specialty to hack, and you can add an extra dice because Yuna is assisting. Since Yuna has dots in technology.
Gotcha. There is the 7 she had normally, then she gets an extra dot, then she gets not 7, no. Yeah, the 7 she has normally.
You should be able to just hit technology.
An extra dot.
If you hit technology, you can press the check mark to activate hacking and add 1 extra dice.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just counting everything. Okay. You said challenge 4.
Yep.
Alright. Hopefully I can get 6 or 7 successes.
Miix instantly fails the roll for that. No, with 4 successes, you do pass. If you'd like to describe what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't need to re-roll this. Damn, I have no willpower. I don't need to re-roll this. Yeah, I think that Miix is, just using her tablet. She's able to hack in and get it's a lot of it really, it's just turning off the cameras to make sure that it's not so much turning off the cameras, it's pausing the current frame the cameras are on so that people are like, oh, nothing's happening, nothing to worry about.
Absolutely.
So that nobody sees them running along.
You're able to get past any of the security that might be watching through the cameras. And Kai, is there a certain role you would like to make?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand 110% what it was Prior just did. Did we just walk over all of these construction workers to get to Merru's little graveyard thing?
No. So this is a skill challenge. Each of you have to make a roll. So basically, Prior...
Well, individually.
Yes.
Yeah, individually.
Well, no, I was just asking if the...
Yeah, what Prior did was basically, there was a group in front of us, so Prior basically opened a back passage by giving us a route to go over some of them.
Yep. It is a very big construction site, so there's a lot of workers around.
Okay, then I'll do something destructive to cause a distraction, I guess.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you can do something destructive. Do you want to do I would say a physique brawl? You could probably topple over some crates to cause a commotion and force them to...
Scaffolding or something?
Yeah, like some scaffolding. So that's gonna be, it's a brawl, so
brawl.
Yuna can't help you. But it's a challenge 4.
Okay. And I have since, so I'll use it. Okie doke.
7 successes. Do you want to describe what it's like, Kai, as you create a huge commotion?
Kai will stay within sight, but step, I want to say, because obviously if we just knock over something that's exactly where we all are, it's not going to go over very well. So I'm going to say skips over about 20 yards in the opposite direction of where all of them are headed, takes a big swipe at the base of a large of scaffolding holding up a very large in the middle of drying concrete structure, and runs away as it's collapsing, while people are going, oh god,
Absolutely. You see a bunch of the workers run in that direction, freeing up the path for all of you. And Merru, we end with you. What roll would you like to make?
To get by them. Can I ask?
Yes.
Would it work to just do a reflex athletics and just try to hurry by the rest of them?
You know, I will let you do a reflex athletics to just try to run past them all very fast.
Yeah,
And
'cause
Yuna can
he's a
assist for that.
You know. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's see. Athletics. Do I want it? I don't want a desperation here, do I? No, Merru's desperate. He's desperate. He's always desperate. I'll use it, and I will, take a hit to my willpower.
Absolutely. Remember, you can spend your sin points.
Oh, I know, it's fine. I already did it. It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Challenge 4. Oh, and I get a bonus from Yuna?
Yes, because Yuna does have a single dot of athletics.
Yup. All right.
7
There we go.
successes. Would you like to describe what it looks like when you run past the rest of the workers and usher the rest of the managers through with you?
Yeah, I think Merru, he notices quickly like a path that he can take to get through people. And it's just a very quick like hand gesture. As he basically books it in a sprint. He looks very hurried and desperate. Usually you would think that he would be a bit stealthier about it. But he's not focused on that right now. He's kind of a little one-track minded. Now that he's close to the site, it's almost like he's not really focused on much else besides just getting to the destination.
Absolutely. Because all of you succeeded on your challenge, you're all able to get to the gravesite without any issues. None of the workers catch any of you, and you will be able to leave this area when you decide to, without needing to worry about them as well. As we enter the burial site.
Yes. I think when they get through and past the fence, I guess, Merru immediately dashes forward towards a plot in the dirt. Now, can I ask a question?
Yes.
In the past, Merru had set up makeshift headstones. Are they still intact or no?
You see that the little headstones, the little crosses there you set up, have been messed with due to the construction going on here.
That's what I figured.
Can fix them up if you'd like, but you do notice that they have been touched and tampered with. Though, at the back of the construction site here, where there's less noise and less hustle, it's an almost peaceful area.
Yeah.
With the graves
so I think,
here.
Yeah. So I think as Merru dashes towards, past the others and towards that plot of dirt, you hear him, call out, and he'll just go, Misha! Theo! And he's running so fast that he uncharacteristically almost like trips over his own feet, but then you see his prosthetics and augmentations flash, and he only stumbles. And when he reaches a particular spot in the dirt, he will drop to the ground and kneel forward so far that he presses his forehead into the ground, almost like in an affectionate way, I guess you could say. And then he'll briefly take off his mask, raise Justicia up above both of his eyes, and take out the little pocket thesaurus he always carries around. And then he will close his eyes for a moment to take a deep breath. And quietly, I'm not sure if the others would hear him say this or not, he'll just, to the ground, he will say, I'm home. I came back. I hope you missed me. I had a bit of a bad time again. But I finally brought this with me. And he'll place the book on the ground in front of him, and he'll go, I hope this is enough for Jackson to finally rest with you too. I still wish I could have found some of him to bury with you, or at least some of the kids. I went to the watch house earlier. Of course, no one was there. I don't know why I still hoped I'd go and someone would be there, but and then he'll look up and go, oh, right, I should fix that. It's not fair to not have a headstone. And he will gently fix back up the headstones, and he'll almost like wipe at the ground once he's done, like he's trying to like wipe away the dirtiness of it, even though it's literally dirt. And then he will stand up, dust himself off, and turn to the others, and just go, I don't know how to do this, but you can come over if you want.
Friar will step forward. He had turned kind of his head away, so only the eyes of nothing there were watching, because he didn't know if that was supposed to be a private moment or not, but at the invitation, he will step forward towards the graves.
Kai will absolutely do the same, and kind of not, I don't want to say fall or collapse all the way to the ground like Merru has, but he'll kneel over so he's a little bit closer to where eye level would be. And he will kind of bump his shoulder into him, just to get his attention and say, it's nice to finally meet your other friends, Merru. I'm glad to see that they're still here.
Of course, there has to be some fucking construction going on. Messed it all up, but it's fine. I wasn't actually expecting it to be as I left it, but it's fixed now, I guess, for now. And I don't know if Miix and Yuna also decide to come over or not, but
Miix will choose not to. Instead, she just looks away. This feels like a moment that she isn't. There's more for the others here than there is for her, because they understand everything, their life here. It's not that she feels that she's a stranger here, it's more so it would feel inappropriate for her. But she does offer silent condolences and just look away instead.
Yuna slowly steps forward. You can see Merru. I imagine that they aren't used to seeing this side of you. And they look down at the graves, their hair kind of slipping into their eye as they simply murmur a sort of hello, Merru's friends.
I think Merru will. I guess he'll find a little that not everyone went over, but it's fine. Merru will kind of look from the others to the gravestones, and he'll just kind of go, sorry, I've never done this before. And then after a moment of deliberation, he'll turn to the headstones and he'll go, Misha, Theo, I brought, people with me. Friends, my co-workers. I've had a job since I left. Not too good with the paperwork stuff, but, I told Kai here, and he gestures at Kai, and goes, I told Kai here that I would bring him to meet you, and obviously the rest of them can as well. And there's a pause before he then turns to the others, and he'll go, when some of my pack died, we had the idea to try burying them here instead of leaving them for the sweepers. I know burials don't really happen much around here, but I just couldn't stand the sight of the idea even of letting sweepers mess with them. So we decided to do this. Only 2 of them are buried here. My friends, Misha and Theo, the ones with the radio and the knife. Misha had the radio.
Mm-hmm.
He always liked that kind of stuff, and Theo had the knife. Yeah. I couldn't make it to the others to bury them here too. I never found the bodies of Jackson and the kids. Burke's different, I guess. I don't know. Is it normal to introduce people like this to a grave? That's really it. This is them, I guess.
I don't believe that I've ever cared for someone enough to make a grave for them, or no one that I've cared about that has passed away. So it's a really nice sentiment, and it's really nice it's great to meet all of them. And Kai, when Merru gestured at him specifically, did awkwardly kind of wave the little crosses like you would when you're meeting someone. I don't know what's normal to do, but I think it's a really nice sentiment. If you wanted to talk about them, I believe that is customary for friends introducing one another.
Right. That's true. And I guess at that Merru will properly sit down. And he'll just kind of he'll bring out the other objects, the radio and the little knife, and he'll set them in front of him also, and he'll just go, like I said, Misha, he had this radio, and he always really liked like little gadgets and stuff. I always thought that he would really like Pascal, and stuff like that. Reminded me of one of the things that he would really like. And the kids really liked him because he could like make them toys. Because we'd go to like there's like somewhere around here, and Merru glances around the area and then points to his left. Somewhere down there was some dump, and we'd always find stuff there. It's where we found the radio. And sometimes we'd also, with the construction workers, we'd go to some of the sites, and when they were like off duty or whatever, we'd sneak in and we'd take some of their stuff for us. But he always had stuff, and it's kind of hard to find like new like toys and stuff. So besides I had little keychains for the kids that I took from a vending machine thing, a claw machine thing, whatever those things are.
Huh?
Something. You know what I'm talking about, the little machines. You grab the stuff and it never works and it wastes your on. We broke in and just took it.
Claw machine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what me and Theo would do. But Misha would actually like take stuff and build things, and he really wanted to run a workshop one day and get all this stuff patented and whatever. So and I've mentioned Theo to you before too, Kai. But to explain, she was pretty how do I word it? Like a rough housing kind of type. That's why she's got a knife. She used a knife for like everything. When we would get into we wouldn't get into fights with each other. And then he pauses and he goes, well, we normally didn't, but when we would get into fights with other people, she really liked to like shoulder check them. I don't know. I tried to do it and it didn't really do anything, but she would do it and they'd get knocked over. I don't know. And
you said
I
she was the
know-
one that reminded you of me? Sorry, you
Yeah,
said she
that
was the
no,
one.
that was her. Yes, that was her. She really liked singing, and she liked she wasn't the greatest with the kids. I don't think she really tried, but that was fine. We didn't all need to be good with them. She did what she had to do. She had a pretty rough time. Like at least I had Vienna. She, as far as I know, didn't have anyone. Besides us, really. So, yeah. But, and Jackson, and then Merru pauses and he goes, I think I remember maybe mentioning him, well, not by name, but when it was you, me, and Berg that one time. Berg never liked Jackson. I don't know why. He was always very nice. Berg didn't like any of them really, besides Misha. Berg liked Misha, because of the toys. But Jackson always tried to he really, I think, wanted to be cool with the kids. But they liked Misha a little bit more. Some of them thought Jackson was cool, but they liked Misha more. But Jackson was very reliable, very smart. When we didn't go to school because we didn't learn anything in school, he would I learned more from him than I ever did trying to go to school, so then I just gave up. But he and I, he kind of was always the one who, when things kind of went wrong, he found a way to make it work for the most part. So, yeah, and I mean, thankfully, I don't have to talk about Berg. So that's something, I guess.
He sounds like someone I'm exceptionally glad to be making the acquaintance of. Reliability is hard to come by.
Yeah, he was great. I mean, they all were. But that's the introduction, I guess. So, I thank you, I guess, for meeting them. I don't really want to get into what happened to them. I'd rather not. But
Yuna.
Yeah, Pryor just kind of makes an awkward sound at that. That he doesn't. The morbid details aren't important.
Yeah, Yuna's simply looking down at the graves and says, Merru, thanks for introducing us to them.
Yeah, it's probably the last time I'll ever have the chance to do that, so I just and Merru, he shrugs. And he doesn't seem like he wants to leave, but
Take whatever time you need.
right.
We're not in any rush.
Right. Thank you.
You are all here at the gravesite together. And Merru, as you say that, you're the one who hears it first before the sound reaches the rest of you.
Okay.
The sound.
Hey, you! You hear the sound, all of you, of a man yelling. Do you all turn to look in the direction of the noise?
Yes, Pryor does.
Yes.
I would presume.
There is a middle member, and you all can tell from the tattoos and the familiar purple, who has grabbed one of the construction workers by the neck, basically, and is holding them up. And there are 3 other middle members surrounding this person as well. Yeah, you.
God.
I've got a problem with you in particular. And you all watch as the middle members begin to drag this person farther away from where you all are.
For fuck's sake. Pryor rolls up the sleeves of Gaze, exposing his faded tattoos, and pulls down his collar that Mary had so neatly done up to expose the tattoos on his neck, and goes, "Shit, we need to stop the metal from causing issues. I can take control, but we shouldn't." Pryor looks around cautiously and goes, "Miix, You know what? I should be fine. I can handle it. I'll go. And Pryor goes to walk off alone, seemingly very hesitant about anyone going off alone, but too proud to kind of ask for anyone to come with him.
Come with me.
Mr. DM, I
Says
can't
the-
imagine that we're going to let.
Yeah,
would
Miix
any of you
says-
like to make sure Pryor doesn't run off into something alone?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was saying.
Now, I know Pryor's saying, and yeah, we should handle that. Merru doesn't seem like he's in the mindset to want to follow. He's still sitting before, the headstones, and he looks a little like, do you think maybe, I just wanted a couple more minutes. I don't need to be alone. I'm not asking to be alone. Do you think, I could,
I will
Miix
squeeze Merru on
will,
the shoulder.
at this point,
Oh.
fully step forward and say, "All right, Kai, come with me. We need to go now." Miix will look over. Probably shouldn't leave Merru alone either. Miix looks over at Yuna and says, "You
Uh-huh.
stay with him."
Got it. I can stay with him, boss. And Yuna tightens their grip around the weapon they have and says, It seems more peaceful here anyway.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You just keep an eye out. If anything happens, just scream. I'll be right there, okay?
Will do.
Alright, and then Miix will give her a peck on the cheek and then look at Kai and say, "We need to go, now."
Kai nods, squeezes Merru on the shoulder once reassuringly, and goes off with Miix.
Absolutely. And as you two take off after Pryor, you all see this scene unfolding here. There are 4 little siblings that have surrounded the construction worker. At this point, you all basically have had to book it a little ways from the gravesite because they have been basically dragging this worker far away from the burial site and through the construction work.
All right, gonna pop something in chat really quick.
Absolutely. Would you like to use Broken Finger?
I absolutely would love to use Broken Finger as Pryor shows off his tattoos, bordering the height of his position despite their faded nature. The unmistakability of the rank of a big brother is still flush across his skin. And he goes, "Hey, siblings, little siblings."
They all turn, Pryor, to look at you, and you can tell they're immediately aggressive until they spot those tattoos on you, the faded ones. And do they recognize? Actually, they absolutely would. These, after all, are little siblings in District 23. You can see the instant recognition on their faces.
Yeah, I can see it on your faces. I've crawled out of my hole, and the first thing I see is a few people making hell for some innocent workers. Where's your big sibling?
They all exchange nervous glances, and Prior, their heads have gone down. They are not meeting your gaze as they simply say, he's busy handling business at the moment.
Well then, why don't you let this poor innocent worker go so that we can have a little conversation about your behavior here?
Now, Prior, usually they would listen to you right away, especially with Broken Finger. But because of a certain role from before, I am going to need a challenge-free presence leadership. You can add rally to this one.
Absolute please, dice, please.
You also do have Broken Finger, which gives you an additional 2 dice to this roll. I forgot to add that as well.
Oh. Oops, right, I literally forgot what my own ability does. Hold on. Let me just roll another 2 dice there just in case it changes the result. Which it doesn't. Yeah, no. Alright, 5 successes. Okay, still good enough. Prior asserts his authority. And he can sense the resistance, and he's worried that word might already be spreading, so he straightens his back and he just goes, "Let me crack open my own book and we can go over how much this is a waste of your time, and now, more specifically, my time."
Prior, with 5 successes, and the moment you mention the book, any resistance or any disobedience that these little siblings had is gone in an instant. Whichever big brother was giving them orders, your authority has overridden it, and the fear returns to their faces as they lower their heads and say, we were just acting on the big brother's orders. Please forgive us, big brother."
Family forgives family, but not without making sure mistakes like this don't happen again. And Prior kind of gives, as they're all their heads are bowed, he kind of looks at the worker and he gives kind of like the head gesture, the universal head gesture, go get out of here, get the hell out of here.
The worker takes off.
He goes, "Wait a minute. Was it just the 4 of you sent to harass these workers?"
And they kind of exchange a glance, and then they you can see them deflate. Prior, you have established your hold over them as they say, no, Lord of the Web.
Shit, that means
There's more of us here. We can bring you to the other little siblings. I am sure the moment they know that the Lord has returned, they'll listen to you and they'll be sure to stop causing any fuss.
Good. Prior looks at Kai and Miix and says, "As I said, Miix, I'm not completely out of connections here. Let's go round these disobedient little siblings up and then get back to Merru."
Miix will nod and, motion for them to move.
Absolutely. And because of your broken finger and your roll, Prior, I won't make any of you do any further rolls. You all are able to round up the rest of the little siblings. However, it is going to take you a bit of time to do so, as they've scattered themselves across the construction site.
Is this, like, we've all got to stick with Prior, assumedly, because we're not going to be speaking to these guys.
Prior's very firmly like, no, Prior wants to keep you near him because there is a part where he says, if someone's trying something and we gather up all their little siblings and then they appear, I am going to need the both of you.
Yeah, Miix assumes that's the case.
Understood.
And Prior sort of like takes them both, and it's time to go gather up some siblings.
Absolutely. And as you three can go round up the little siblings, Merru, what
Yes.
are you up to back at the gravesite with Yuna?
Yes. Well, Merru is, now that he's, still at the gravesite, as alone as he's allowed to be, of course. It's not safe to be fully alone, but I would imagine he told Yuna to stay close for safety, but standing with his back to Merru so they can watch each other's backs. And as Merru is still knelt before these graves of his late loved ones, Merru murmurs under his breath, and he goes, I'm going to have to say goodbye. I wish I could bring this place with me to somewhere better. Because he recognizes that with the construction going on, there's not much he can do long term, but for now he's hoping that it's enough to just properly say goodbye. And he says, I wish I could remember what you all actually look like on my own, instead of needing something else to help me. And I think, if he may, can Merru take out his pendant?
Absolutely. He may.
Okay. So Merru will do that, and he will, as he's done in the past, open it up, and he's able to cover the spotlight, right? So he doesn't get flashed by it.
He is. Merru, you have done this enough times, and you've had this pendant for long enough that I will not make you have to roll to avoid dealing with the side effects.
Okay, awesome.
And would you like to peer into the pendant, Merru?
Yes, Merru would like to peer into the pendant, and he would like to hopefully search for that one world he's found before within the glass.
Merru, you peer into the pendant as you've done before, searching for that world. For a brief moment, you see yourself standing before unidentifiable, mangled corpses. A weapon clatters to the ground, and as you watch yourself drop to your knees and fall to your own gaping wound, the scene shudders, and then it shifts. Before anything else, there is no actual noise coming from the pendant, but you swear you can hear the sound of a tune, upbeat and vaguely familiar. Laughter sounds alongside it, and then you see them. You aren't sure exactly where in the city this is, but you see a man who looks much like yourself, sits beside a radio on a short ledge. Tinny music plays from the electronic, and he takes a swig from the bottle in his hand as he watches the red-headed woman sitting beside him. You know who she is. Theo is singing along to the song, as unapologetic and carefree as you've chosen to remember her. She tries to goad your other self to sing along, but the rest of their friends arrive back from one of the festival booths, right before she convinces him to attempt a tipsy harmonization. But then you blink, and the scene is replaced. Your other self, instead of holding a glass bottle, is carefully holding a hot drink in his prosthetic hand as he walks along the streets of W Corp's nest. A man you know too well as Jackson tries to distract your other self with a sparkling grin and some sweet words, but his efforts are in vain as Theo points out his clear attempts to grab the drink instead. Whether Jackson was trying to steal the drink for himself or was wanting to be a gentleman and hold it for you, you aren't sure, but your other self tells him to knock it off until Jackson gives up and walks beside him instead, his long dark hair accidentally getting in his other friends' faces when a strong breeze blows it towards them. You see your other self briefly smile as Jackson apologizes to them before the scene changes once more. And then your other self is now standing in a small workshop that could be owned by none other than your friend Misha, who you know always had dreamed of running a place like this. Notes about gadgets and weapons and patent information are stuck to the wall and scattered along the workbench before the group. Theo had stepped outside to test out the new weapon made for her, and Misha is currently showing your other self some notes. You can't make out what they say, but he looks happy, and Misha seems a little bashful from the praise. Jackson's examining another in-progress weapon. You aren't sure what it is, but he seems intrigued. When your other self and Misha ask for his opinion on the ideas, he gives 2 thumbs up. Isn't it familiar? You remember what it was like to talk and laugh with your group when you were younger, back when you ran the local neighborhood watch for a few years. This was the future you always hoped you'd be lucky enough to receive, despite everything. But the world you're watching in your pendant disappears. And you remember where you actually are. You're kneeling in the dirt at a burial site made for those same people, a site set to be destroyed one day by the uncaring hands of the city. You can feel the energy from your ego gear surrounding you, as it always does, threatening to overwhelm you if you aren't diligent. Merru, do you still think you're a lucky person?
No, not really. I mean, in some ways, perhaps, but not at all like this. But Merru's just here to say a proper goodbye. That's all he wanted. He doesn't know if there's anything more he could even do if he wanted, even if accepting that is a struggle. But none of this reality was his fault. There's no way he can believe that, so it's just not true. But he still wants to fix the bits he has left now, so he will make a silent promise to do just that in whatever way he can, even if that means never stepping foot back in his hometown again.
And, Merru, on that note, I think that's a perfect place to cut for intermission, and we shall see you all in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of our session. And the four of you, along with Yuna, arrived in the back streets of District 23. You all were greeted by Big Sister Mary and Big Brother Zachary, and you were all given a warning that the moment you step into the area where the web is, there will be no leaving. Merru showed the other managers and Yuna around the old watch house and brought them to the burial site of his friends. And now, as you're here, Merru, with Yuna, the rest of the managers, having gone off to deal with the commotion, and you're not sure where they are or why they seem to be taking so long, can you make me an awareness roll?
Yes, I can. Is there a challenge?
The challenge is challenge 5.
5? Oh gosh.
You were
5?
just staring into the pendant.
Oh, you're right. Desperation. I'll take a point of sin.
And Yuna will also make one.
Well, do I do? Yeah, I'll do a sin point. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Challenge 5.
Yuna's is only a challenge 3, however.
Well.
3 successes from Yuna and 7 successes from you, Merru. You both pass. And I'm going to need Yuna to make a dodge roll.
Okay.
And it's going to be at challenge 8.
8?
That's 1 success.
Eight?
Merru. You feel your horns spark a moment too late. And as you turn around, I will give you a moment to get into a more advantageous position. As you hear Yuna shout your name. And you see Zachary standing there. You may move yourself now, Merru, for where you would like to be positioned. Once you move yourself, you will not be able to move again without possibly provoking the big brother.
Okay. I think Merru will move up here. I can't turn myself around for some reason, but
There you
thank
go.
you. I guess I'll move right here closer to the headstones.
Absolutely. You see that Big Brother Zachary has a cleaver in one hand, and his other arm is wrapped around Yuna's neck, the Nestborn's legs dangling above the ground, and Zachary's hand moving to cover their mouth. Merru, I can't believe you decided to bring me some new ingredients. This one looks like a nestborn. It's too bad that they're so scrawny. Not enough meat on their bones. But the bones themselves might go well in a soup. You remember the ones, right?
Merru's eyes are widened as he stares at Zachary, and he just goes, Zach, why are you here? Why aren't you back at the web?
You really think I'd waste this opportunity? Couldn't even say hi to you earlier since you're hanging around that damned prior now. Guess he's still using Kai as his attack dog. But I can't imagine why he's keeping you around. Does he have you acting like a discount version of one of us? Not sure what you're even good for.
There's a pause. That does hit Merru a little bit. And he grits his teeth and forces himself to not break eye contact, even though he really, really wants to. And he just goes, let them go.
Huh? Let them go? Did I hear that right?
Zachary, just let them go and get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you.
There's a loud, mocking laugh that escapes Zachary as he just throws back his head, those chains dangling, before it abruptly stops. Oh, you're being serious right now. You actually think you have a say. When did that happen?
I'm warning you. Give them back and get the fuck out of my sight.
Or what? Are you gonna bite the hand that used to feed you?
Merru's eyes narrow at that, and he goes, do you want me to? I can give you what you want. My teeth are still sharp.
His grin widens at that, but you can see his eye twitch in anger. Heh. Smartass. Your sister is gonna be pretty pissed when I tell her that you're here. Don't you ever get tired of stressing her out?
The only reason you'd tell her I'm here now is if you wanted to stress her out. What I'm doing right now has nothing to do with Vienna.
Doesn't it, though? Don't tell me you're seriously trying to say you were coming all the way here and you didn't want to try bothering her again.
I just came here to say goodbye to my friends. It's called paying respects, which you clearly don't know a thing about.
The moment you mention your friends, Merru, Zachary's gaze goes from you to the graves behind you. Respects, huh? Not sure how much respect you can pay to a pile of dirt and some shitty metal rods. But I guess simple things really do make stupid people happy.
That makes Merru, he grits his teeth, and instinctively his prosthetic hand clenches into a fist, and he goes, this is not a pile of dirt. You know full well that people are buried under here. I was letting them rest.
You sure about that, Merru?
Huh?
How do you even know they're still even there? You've been gone from here for a long time. Nothing would stop anyone from digging apart those old bones. If they even lasted that long.
What the fuck did you do to them?
Who knows? And there's a sly grin that overtakes his face. His smile just widening more. Do you really want to find out? Want to dig them back up?
Merru takes a few very ragged breaths, and tries his best to compose himself as he says, I want you to get the fuck out of my life. No one gives a shit about you, Zach, so why don't you do me and Vienna a favor for once and just find a ditch to die in? Give them to me right now, and I'll let you go do that in peace. It'll be the most useful thing you've ever done for anyone.
His smile falls, Merru, and those eyes sharpen. You're a pain in the ass, you know that? Not sure how a runt like you could have grown a real spine, but somehow you've smartened up. Still stupid as hell, but you got some actual sense to you. Pisses me off. And Merru, his eyes trail down to Yuna, focusing on them, who's been unable to escape his hold. He lowers his hand from their mouth without loosening his grip on them. Hey, Fetter. You want to gamble? Nervous babbles escape Yuna, who hasn't stopped shaking since. And Zachary sort of waves the cleaver around. How much do you want to bet that Merru here will actually screw himself over to save you? He knows what I want. So I'm thinking that if he won't give it to me like normal, then I'll just make this a bit more fun. So what do you think? How far would Merru be willing to go before he lets you go too? Merru, please. And Merru, Yuna looks at you. There's a terrified, pleading look in those eyes, and you can't tell if they're begging you to save them or to not intervene. Well, you heard him. Let's see if you're wrong, Fetter. And Zachary brings the cleaver to Yuna's face, pressing the tip of the blade into their cheek. And Merru, you do not have time to think and simply must act. It is a yes or no answer. Would you like to fire a magic bullet?
Yes.
Absolutely. Can you roll me your skill 1, challenge 8?
Yes, I can. And I am fine with taking the aggravated point of willpower for this to, ensure.
You
that
don't hit
the
Yuna?
trajectory is just on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And there's my desperation. I will take a sin point.
Yes. You've gained an additional sin point for this from Affinity.
Oh, perfect. And let me 1, 2, 3 challenge 8.
Challenge
That's what
8.
you said?
Correct.
All right, let's see. I'm going to willpower that.
Spend your point of sanity.
Oh, okay.
That is going with a 9 success crit to do a total of 5 half to free damage to him.
Okay.
Zachary stumbles. Not expecting that. Not thinking you actually would. And in the moment, his hold loosens on Yuna. In that split second, Merru, you see the syringe in Yuna's hand jabbed into Zachary's side.
Okay.
This is being used out of combat. And so it becomes unclashable. Zachary lets out a howl, dropping Yuna to the ground. The middle's tattoos flaring purple, and then a horrible, sickly green color. His movements are sluggish, slowed, and the skin begins to melt, but not fast enough. These makeshift decay ampules, not potent enough. What did you do to me, you little bitch? And as Yuna scrambles backwards and Zachary's hand curls into a fist, Merru, can you roll initiative?
Yes, I can. Well, actually, I don't see myself in the initiative.
Let me put you in the initiative order.
All right. Oof. Well,
Yuna has to act last. And we shall begin combat.
oh, all right.
They are too frightened to move for the moment. At the start of combat, a couple things will happen. Merru, you feel your ego weapon heat up in your hands. You're not sure what will happen, but your magic bullet has been empowered for your next turn. And you and Yuna both can heal a point of sanity damage.
Ooh, okay. That's good.
Somewhere across the construction site, the other managers may as well. And as we begin, at the start of the round, the decay ampule takes effect. Zachary will begin the combat injured. His offensive and defense challenge are reduced by 2. He loses a skill slot, and he will take 2 aggravated red damage at the end of each round that cannot be negated or reduced. And one other thing happens at the start of the encounter. 2 other things, in fact. Firstly, Merru, you gain Emergency Deploy K Corp Ampule, thanks to Yuna's presence here.
Okay.
Your K Corp ampules have been converted into emergency ones. If you are to hit 0 health, you will consume 1 of them and heal for 10. You have 2 of these. That is it. And Yuna begins the combat with aggro. As you see the mouth on their suit open up and begin to cry. You recognize the sobs, Merru, of that of Nameless Fetus. And we begin with the big brother's turn. Instead of 3 skill slots, he is reduced to 2, thanks to the effects of the decay ampule. And he looks down at Yuna underneath him. And then looks to you, Merru, with a smile on his face. It isn't often we get Nestborns unlucky enough to stick their noses down here. Hey, Merru. Once I dragged the sack of meat back and butchered it, do you want a taste? Just like back then?
I'm not gonna let you do that.
Then good luck stopping me. And Yuna will use their defensive skill. It is only a challenge 6. Yuna gains 5 protection on themselves. And Zachary is going to deal 7 damage to them as they are weak to red. That hit through their protection. Yuna can heal for 5, but Yuna still takes a total of 2 damage and 2 bleed, as well as 2 fragile. And Zachary gains 2 appetite. As you watch Merru, his fist come down on Yuna, who's scrambling to get back up, punching them in the chest. Not quite shattering the teeth there, but Yuna's entire body seems to crack under the weight of his punch. As the tattoos for a moment flare purple before that sickly green takes over.
I think when Merru sees that, he panics for just a moment and he goes, Yuna! It's gonna be alright! I got you! You'll be fine!
Merru! I'm alive somehow!
You're alive! You're alive! You're fine! You're fine!
And Zachary immediately is swinging a fist towards you, Merru.
Okay.
As he's going to use Pummel into Paste. It is a challenge 6.
Okay. Okay. Desperation. I'm taking a point of my willpower. And challenge 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh god. Challenge 6. Okay, roll. Roll. Maybe. Oh gosh. Let me.
5
willpower that.
successes.
Why did I only do 2? Why did it only do 2 instead of 3?
You can roll an
do you mind if
additional
I-
dice.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I just did 2.
You need all the dice you can get here.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
6 successes. Merru, you can describe what it looks like as you were able to dodge this punch swung towards you.
Yes. Merru is he's used to fighting in the Backstreets. He's not used to fighting something like this in the Backstreets. But he's, you know, he remembers, I think, his brain remembers seeing how Zachary moves from before. And so as the punch comes towards him, even though Merru had been focused on trying to reassure Yuna, he can't reassure Yuna if he gets knocked out. So when he sees the punch coming towards him, he, with a lot of agility, he's able to hop backwards, and he watches as the fist, like, passes in front of him, but does not connect.
You've gotten faster than you were before. Don't you remember how fun it always was, Merru? Just like the good old days? I miss those games we used to play together. You'd run, and I'd beat you if you were too slow, which you always were.
Clearly I'm not too slow anymore, huh?
You're more slippery than before, I'll give you that.
Yeah, been practicing.
And you can see him trying to reach with his other hand holding the cleaver, but those tattoos flash green and he falters. As we go to you, Merru, what would you like to do?
So, firstly, may I pop Justicia? I think now more than ever is the time to use Justicia.
Do you think Zachary is guilty?
Yes. A million times yes. The most guilty man that there ever was. He is guilty. So Merru will pop Justicia, and after he dodges that attack, he's not able to put his mask back on because he tossed it aside, but he lowers his ego gift on top of his eyes, and you can see that cyan glow peeking through the wrappings as he, with practiced ease, goes to he's gonna fire magic bullet. I think we all know this.
Absolutely. Yuna is on the ground, so you don't have to take a point of...
Yuna's like, get down. Okay.
Yeah, Yuna was not getting down intentionally. Yuna was knocked to the ground,
happened.
so it just happens.
Yeah. Okay. So, yes, I will do Desperation. I will take another hit to my willpower. And I will fire magic bullet.
Absolutely. Because he is guilty, he is no longer enduring your black damage. He will be taking it as if it were normal.
Okay. And it's a challenge 6?
Yep, it's a challenge 6 to hit him.
Okay. Alright, come on. Yup.
With a 10 success crit, that is going to be a total of 8 black damage and 1 pale damage.
Awesome.
Which he is weak to.
Perfect. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
What does the empowered magic bullet do?
I'm so glad you asked, because as you fire your magic bullet, you feel the gun begin to heat up even more, almost burning your hands. And as the bullet fires, it is wreathed in flames. And Zachary is inflicted with 2 burn.
Oh, burn. Okay. Wait, okay. That's awesome, actually. But yeah, I think when he's a bit confused. He can only feel the heating sensation in one of his hands. He can sense that there is a different temperature with his prosthetic, but it's not high quality enough to really feel the heat, like, properly. But he's so focused on the fight that he's not really questioning the fact that it just did that. It's never done that before. But he is able to take another hop backwards. And it almost feels similar to when he was making those quick fires, as quick as you can with Magic Bullet, way back against Dino. Like the first time. And he pulls, as he pulls the trigger, and that portal begins to form, he narrows his eye and he goes, I've gotten a hell of a lot stronger too, so I warned you. And that bullet goes to fire.
The bullet pierces him, and he clutches at the wound and says, I don't know where a rat like you got a gun like that from. What corpse did you scavenge it off of, huh? I know you'd never be able to scrounge up that much on.
I've actually been able to get more on than you might think before, but this is none of your business. All you need to worry about is the bullets that I'm gonna fire at you, you bastard.
He grins at you, Merru, but it is not a kind one. Hatred in his eyes. Merru, you are inflicted with the middle's vendetta mark. And he is going to use payback as he swings his fist towards you. You can respond with either a combat or a defensive skill. It is a challenge
combat or
8
defensive.
because the vendetta mark is currently canceling out the decay ampule.
Okay. Cool. Okay. I think it's better for me to respond with an combat skill. Can I still use desperation here? Yes?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'll do that and take another hit to my willpower, so now I'm strained, and I get an extra dice. So I will respond with, my skill 1.
Absolutely.
And 1, 2, 3, 4. And challenge 8. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Ha! 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 Ha!
9 success crit. Because
There we go.
he did not hit you, the vendetta mark does remain on you. You've hit him, so you do get a second vendetta mark. And however, thankfully his offensive challenge, defensive up does remain only at 2.
Okay, okay.
Because he has used it. However, with 9 success crit, that's going to be a total of 5 black damage. And then he's going to take 2 pale damage. If you'd like to describe what it looks like.
Yeah. When Zachary goes for that attack, Merru, he's so lasered in on he needs to take out this guy as quickly as possible, because the longer this fight drags on, the worse it's probably gonna get. He knows he shouldn't be. I mean, Magic Bullet is good when you're fighting alone, but Merru, he's gotten used to fighting with people again. So he wants to, wrap this up. I don't know, he's gonna do his best. And so I think when Zachary goes for the attack, he'll be able to, with the practice he's gotten from having so many fights over the years now, he's able to move out of the way just in time as he gets just enough space to pull the trigger again, and the portal it forms and it strengthens for a moment, as it does every now and then when Merru feels an especially strong connection to the trajectory that it's about to fire from. and he watches the bullet fire and land square where he wanted it to once again.
You can see the frustration on his face, Merru, when his attempt at a punch is intercepted by your bullet being fired. And as we end your turn, Merru, we go to Yuna's. Yuna is going to attempt to swing at Zachary. Yuna does take 2 damage from bleed and then reduces their bleed to 1. And is going to use their skill 1, which is against a challenge 6.
Well, it's okay, they tried.
Merru, you see that while Zachary's distracted, Yuna tries to drag their form towards Zachary and swing lantern at him. Their body stumbles from the cuts opening up, shattered, bone shattered from the impact of that punch. And you know, Merru, that Yuna's never been in a fight before, never even suppressed an abnormality. And as they try to swing the weapon, the coin does break, and they do deal a single point of black damage to Zachary. Oh, it would actually be 2 because, oh no, it's only when, Justicia is only when you, I believe, attack him. But Yuna does a single point of damage, which is enough to get the Middle's Vendetta mark placed on them. And as the weapon tries to fight Zachary, he whirls around, his focus on them again, and Yuna says, Merru, I will try to help how I can.
You're fine, Yuna. You just gotta try to stay away from him.
You weren't even able to keep me away from your sister, Merru. Do you really think you'd be able to keep me away from them?
Yes, I can. I can.
Zachary grins, and at the end of the round, Zachary will take 2 damage from the burn you inflicted. Though he seems to just be ignoring it, he'll reduce the burn down to 1. And he will heal for 2. It almost seems like the bleed and the blood on him is fueling him, Merru. As you see him lick some of the blood on his fist, and some of the wounds begin to heal back together.
Great. Okay.
He'll clear his appetite. And he will advance. And on his turn, He's aiming for Yuna first. Before he swings, you all can heal for a point of health. So you may heal a point of health, Merru, as can Yuna.
Thankfully, I don't have any health to heal right now, but Yuna does.
And Zachary is going to use... What does he want to do? Oh. I know. He's going to come at Yuna with this.
Oh.
And that's going to be a challenge. In this case, 10. Because he has 4 offensive level up on him. And he has the Decay Ampule, which brings it up to a 10. Yuna's gonna see what they can do against this.
Yuna! A valiant effort.
So Yuna does gain 4 protection. But Zachary ignores all the protection on them. And is going to hit Yuna for a total of 4 aggravated damage. With the fragile, that's 6 aggravated red damage. And with the vendetta mark, I believe that's an additional point of red damage. So that is 7 aggravated red damage at Yuna. You watch, Merru, as Zachary comes down on Yuna, first slashing their stomach with the cleaver, ripping through the protection of the ego suit. And then his fist connects with Yuna's face and pummels them into the ground. The force shattering the teeth in their armor, and there's a crack as the glasses on their face break. You know, they're starting to annoy me. A chick raised in a nest shouldn't be so sturdy. This was created to crush even the strongest shields. Not even that Zwei woman of Priors would be able to withstand something like this, much less some fetter plucked from the nests. I don't know how you were still standing after a single punch from me, and I don't know what shit you injected me with. But I'll come back and harvest you afterwards, once I'm done playing around with Merru. And Yuna's voice comes out garbled, Merru, as they are just smashed into the ground by this attack, unable to move. Shards of glass from the ego gift stuck in their eyes. And you see a black smoke that you would recognize from when Old Lady's clip-off counter reached 0, beginning to cling to Zachary's form.
Okay.
For the rest of the encounter, Zachary will have bind. And you see
Okay.
as Zachary steps back and says, "The fuck?" and he desperately tries to shake it off, an impossible task. Yuna's body is on the ground. They're wheezing, their teeth shattered, and in pain, struggling to move, face brutalized. You're not sure how much longer they can hold on for, Merru.
Fuck. Okay. I think Merru, he sees that after having just stated that he would be able to keep Zachary away from Yuna, and I think for like not more than half a second, there's that thought that goes through his head of it's happening again. It's happening again. And he considers rushing over to, stand in front of Yuna to, maybe try to call on his shield or something, but he can... I think Merru's just going to attack, because what's that even gonna do? There's no one else here to help heal Yuna. It would just be him, but he can't do both. So he has to pick. And I think he trusts in his ability to attack more than he does to defend Yuna's form. So I think Merru's going to fire Magic Bullet again.
Merru, before you get a
Yes?
chance to fire,
Yes?
Zachary still has another skill slot left,
Oh no, he does! Oh no, I thought he used them both! Oh no!
No, that was only his first one.
Oh,
But
oh no! Oh
the magic bullet does heat up in your hands. When you do get to
no!
fire,
Oh no!
you'll get an empowered magic bullet. But until then, the big brother still has his second skill slot left.
Oh okay. Okay.
And he looks to you and says, well, since you've apparently gotten better at dodging, and you've got that fancy new gun of yours you're relying on, why don't I show you some things I've learned, Merru? And Merru, you can heal for a point of sanity if you so choose.
It won't last for long.
You may need it. As
Yeah.
Zachary is going to use Rake the Tool. That annoying little kid used to pester your sister all the time in the web. I think he might have mistaken her for you. I didn't know you were so close to him, but he's out on the Great Lake, isn't he? I wonder how he'd feel if his big brother Zachary brought a gift back for him after so long away from home. You always enjoyed the meals I fed to you, right? You think he'd enjoy what I make from your scraps?
You're not gonna get anywhere near him. You're not gonna touch him. I'm not gonna let you. You're not getting anywhere near that lake. I will use desperation, and I will take another hit to my willpower to get back to strain.
Absolutely. It's only a challenge 6 to dodge.
Only, that's great.
He's got no offensive level up here.
Yup.
And you
okay,
also do
so-
get another sin point.
Oh, awesome. Awesome, thank you. Is it challenge 6?
Challenge 6.
Okay. Oh, no!
4 successes. Would you like to spend a point of sanity?
Yes, I would. Whew! Yes! Yes!
9 success crit.
Okay.
So he does not gain any appetite. And he fails to hit as Merru, he comes at you, and you see that fist trying to come down on you. The tattoos flaring, and Merru, you have a feeling he's used this on Berg before.
Yep.
If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you dodge.
Yeah. I think once again, Merru, he's able to kind of bob and weave away from Zachary's attempts at pummeling him. And as he does so, there's you see that cyan glow from Justicia billow a bit. And he goes, I told you, you're not gonna put your hands on him. I'm not gonna let you get out of here, let alone get anywhere near him.
I already have. So you're too late to stop that at all. All those years he was left alone. And you couldn't even protect that nestborn over there bleeding out. What makes you think you can stop me?
Well, maybe the fact that you haven't put your hands on me yet. Embarrassing, huh?
And you can see Merru, he's not pleased by that, but as he tries to swing again, he's unable to, as more of his skin begins to melt. And we go to your turn.
Okay, now it's my turn.
That it is.
Okay. So like I said, I'm firing magic bullet. Can I get to be like right? Oh gosh. Like, oh.
And you
gosh.
have your empowered magic bullet.
Can I move here, or is that going to be in the way of your tracker?
You can move there.
Okay, perfect. So I will move there then. And have the empowered magic bullet. I will once again desperation.
Absolutely.
And I will use a sin point this time because I don't want to take any more willpower. And I will fire magic bullet.
Absolutely. It's a challenge 6 to hit him.
4 extra dice. Challenge 6. Yes. Okay. And roll. I will willpower reroll that.
Absolutely.
There we go.
That is 8 successes. You have Justicia activated, so that is going to be a total of 6 black damage and 2 pale damage.
Awesome.
And when you do get another vendetta mark upon you. So you're
Okay.
currently at
That's
3.
okay.
However, he cannot use payback as loneliness is clinging to him. If you'd
Oh,
like to
yes.
describe, Merru, what it looks like when you fire.
Yeah. I think Merru fires pretty soon after he calls Zachary embarrassing. He once again makes sure he's trying to keep an optimal amount of distance. He doesn't want to be too far away because he doesn't want to get too far away from Yuna, but he doesn't want to be too close because that leaves him very vulnerable. Magic Bolt's not good in close range. So he's able to slide backwards, and gives the briefest glance over at the headstones, as he pulls the trigger again, and when the bullet fires and hits its mark once more, it's not that Merru's necessarily feeling cocky, because he's terrified. He's absolutely terrified. And the him from years ago would never have imagined that he would be doing this. And him from like 2 hours ago wouldn't have expected that he would be doing this. But I think his adrenaline is just surging so much right now that when the shot lands, he goes, "Come on, Zachary. This is all you got for a big brother? You could have fooled me. You seem just like a butcher. Seems like maybe I'm the only one who's changed it all."
Fuck you. I'm no mere butcher anymore, okay? I don't have to eat from Pryor's scraps anymore. I'm a big brother now.
Yeah, you're something, all right.
And we would go to Yuna's turn. Except Yuna is on the ground. And Merru, you don't know and you can't check what condition they are in. And as we go to the end of the round, Zachary will take 3 damage from the burn. Will take another 2 aggravated red damage, which he also took last time, from the decay ampule. You can see more of his skin beginning to melt and slide off him, the tattoos malfunctioning more and more. You see, too, that the fire is licking at his skin. And as we go to the start of the next round, he gains his 2 skill slots. And he's going to say, "I'm sick of you moving around so fast." As he gets right in your face, you've noticed, I imagine, Merru, that for most of this combat, Zachary moves a bit slower than Berg does. You remember that Berg, when fighting, despite how big he is, would jump from place to place, moving around. Zachary's movements, not just from the ampule causing him to be more sluggish, but in general, don't have the same energy or swiftness that Berg did. Even if their punches are very similar. And he is going to use Break the Neck. This is going to be at a challenge 8 rather than a challenge 6.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm using Desperation again. You use challenge 8?
Yep.
Okay, that's scary. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8. Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that's
6 successes.
Okay, I'll reroll. I'll reroll that. No! It's fine.
6 successes. Merru, you're not fast enough this time. As Zachary says, "You know, this one was meant for a certain annoying pest in the web to get to stop squirming around. Much like you're doing right now." It's going to be 2 red slashing damage, which you reduce to 1. Thanks to your ego, I believe. Oh, no, you actually don't. That is going to be 2 damage. So you can take 2 damage. You are inflicted with Bind, and Merru, you will gain 1 bleed for every space that you move voluntarily.
Oh.
you also are going to... Ooh, you currently do not have any positive status effects on yourself, as the K Corp ampules aren't considered a normal status.
Okay.
Zachary's punch this time connects with you, Merru. Oh, and in addition to this, you also will take
Oh no.
an additional 3 red damage from the Middle's Vendetta mark.
Oh. Great. That's awesome. That's awesome.
If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you're hit by this attack.
Yeah, I think when Zachary finally lands a hit, Merru, he's dazed for a second as he stumbles backwards, but you know, he doesn't fall or anything. And it takes a moment for him to start to actually feel the pain as his the prosthetic horns on his head start flashing and warning from the injury, and he'll let out a pained hiss, but keeps his hold on his rifle and just goes, shit. Oh, I guess you still can't hit, I guess. Fuck.
I knew you couldn't outrun me forever. And he's going to swing another fist at your face.
Okay.
And is going to pummel and depaste you. That's a challenge 6, as he no longer has his offensive level up.
Okay. Desperation again. Okay, let me dodge. Is it challenge 6?
Challenge 6.
Okay. 6. Come on. There we go. Yes.
9 success crit. The fist flies towards you, Merru, and you can see that there is this confidence on his face as he swings.
Oh. He misses. Merru this time he got the first time, but with this one, Merru once again is able to duck and move even as he feels the blood pouring from his from the injury Zachary just gave him. And then he goes, "You'll have to do more than one hit to take me out."
You can see that Zachary is frustrated, and then he seems to get an idea, seeing the blood dripping down you, Merru, and he's gonna dart suddenly behind the headstones of your friends' graves.
Oh my god.
So that Merru, on your turn, which we're about to go to, if you want to shoot, you'll have to either shoot for your friends' graves or move into a position to hit him without doing so, because they are not people, and so you cannot take a point of sanity damage to avoid doing so.
I don't want to take bleed. I don't. Ah, shit. I think that will make Merru hesitate for a second as he sees what Zachary's doing. And he's going, okay, cheap tricks, I see. Okay.
What's wrong, Merru? Are you gonna shoot that gun of yours? Something the matter?
Merru will take another glance at Yuna, and he knows he can't stand here and debate what he needs to do. He also knows he should not move. He does not want to aggravate his injuries any further. Because he knows that's what Zachary wants. This whole time he knows what Zachary wants from him. Zachary wanted him to attack first, which is why he didn't try to until he was forced to. And now Zachary's trying to get him to move so he injures himself more, so then Zachary can try to knock him out. Merru is not having it. So as much as it pains me to say this, it really this was evil. He's gonna shoot from where he's standing. Because I would like to think, Merru would like to think that he hates that this even has to happen over the graves of his dear friends, basically his family. But he would like to hope that they would understand that what's happening is not his fault. So I think he's going to shoot through the graves.
Absolutely. I'm gonna roll a d4 to see whose grave you destroy. 1, Jackson's. 2, Theo's. 3, Misha's. Or 4, one of the children's graves. It's Jackson's.
Oh my god. Well, that is evil. Merru has always understood Jackson to have been a very understanding person who would not fault Merru for what he's about to do for the place he just now tried to get Jackson to rest at. But he will fire magic bullet. What was the challenge again?
Absolutely, it's a challenge 6.
Okay. Challenge 6. It could be 4. Yeah, no, I'm not injured yet, so it's fine.
And I believe you do
There
have
we
an
go.
empowered magic bullet for this one, correct?
Oh, I do?
I believe so.
I think I do.
Oh, no, you do not. That was from before.
Oh.
Well, that's okay. That just
Well,
means you don't set the
that's
grave
okay.
on fire. Oh, no, you do. You do have one. So, Merru, when you shoot, you get to deal a total of 7 black damage to Zachary, 2 pale damage, and 2 burn.
Excellent.
And you watch as the bullet shoots through Jackson's grave. The cross is shattered from the impact. And that thesaurus you laid down by his grave touches flame as it is set ablaze. That thesaurus that you've been carrying around since the prelim, Merru, and that you only just returned to Jackson's resting place.
Oh my god. See, I thought the burn was a good thing, but here we are. Okay. Well, I guess as Merru does that, he will, when he fires this bullet, I think he does, when he pulls the trigger, he does close his eyes, because the act of shooting through this grave almost feels as if it's like a similar impact in his mind, at least, just based on where he's at mentally, as if he was choosing to shoot through Jackson himself. And he knows it's just a grave, it's just a thing, but it's just the meaning of it. But he knows even if he closes his eyes, no matter where it goes through, the bullet will hit its target. And so once again, that portal forms even if Merru's not looking at it. And when Merru opens his eyes, he sees that it hit the target, but he does catch sight of the fact that that thesaurus that he's carried that thing around for so long is now on fire, and his eyes do widen at that. And when he looks at Zachary again, Zachary can't even see his eyes, but he can probably sense just the burning hatred Merru is feeling right now for this man.
Absolutely. And as the fire burns, at the end of the round, Zachary will take 3 damage from the burn, and he will halve his burn to 2, I believe. And he will also, because you have hit him, gain his offensive level up, and you will gain a mark of vengeance. Merru.
That's fine. That's fine.
He takes 2 aggravated red damage, and you can see now, Merru, that Zachary's body has been failing him the longer this fight has gone on. His skin is scorched. There is blood from the wounds. And you can tell that it's all beginning to melt, though he's still trying to stand. The light washes over you. And Merru, you can heal a point of health.
Awesome.
And as we go to the top of the round, Zachary looks at you, Merru, and lunges forward. And as he does, he says, "You know, I'm curious. I never expected trash like you would end up in that little group. With Pryor and Kai. And apparently Abel's little sibling. I don't know much about her, but I know a lot about the other 2. You know, I'm excited to see Kai again. Are you 2 close?"
I am not giving you any information. Why the fuck would I do that?
Well, I don't suppose you can tell me what the big brother's been up to in his absence.
I'm not telling you shit.
Not like it mattered. And he's going to swing at you, Merru, with that same skill he used on Yuna to break them. It is a challenge 8 because of his offense level up.
Right, okay. 8. Desperation. Once again, I'll use a point of sin. Okay. Challenge 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still not injured. Okay. It can still happen.
That is
it can
5
still happen.
successes.
It can still happen.
You did get
It
a
did.
point of health back, Merru. This is very important as the light washed over you.
Yes, I did. Yes, I
Good.
did.
I need to make sure you have that because you might need
Yes.
that. That's 6 successes.
Yes.
Merru, the same attack that hit Yuna hits you. His fist connects with you. You are going to take a total of, because you have a mark of vengeance on you, 5 aggravated red slash damage. It is overwhelming, so even if you had any defenses, it would ignore them.
Okay. Ow. Okay. Okay. That's fine.
If you'd like to describe what it's like.
Yeah. Remind me what it's like when he hits with this attack.
Absolutely. When he hits with this attack, he goes first for your stomach, Merru, slicing with that cleaver of his. And you see it rip through Magic Bullet's ego, something most weapons can't do, before he aims a punch right at your face where the glowing eye of Justicia is, as if it's a target for him to land his fist against.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So I think this time, because Merru was so, I guess, distracted, he was so, he was overcome with a few emotions about what he just had to do to Jackson's grave and the fire that it started, that when the attack comes, Merru tries to move, but he's just a step too slow, and he feels that searing pain slice through his gut, only stopping where the plate, the augmented plate, is on his abdomen. But he barely has time to double over before the punch lands, and he more than stumbles this time. I do think he straight up falls backwards, and lands on the dirt with a thud. And it's a bit of a struggle for him to get back up. He can feel the warmth of the blood soaking his ego gear. And his hands are shaking as he picks Magic Bullet back up, and is somehow able, despite the immense amount of injuries now on him, able to stand up and continue to face Zachary.
Absolutely. And as you try to stand back up, a second attack comes towards you.
Yep.
And you can make me a challenge 6. As this one is affected by the decay ampule.
Awesome.
And he has no offensive level ups.
Okay. Desperation again, using my sin point, and since that attack, the thing is that attack really, really hurt, but the good news is that now I'm perfectly on for getting all of my extra desperation dice. So I get 5 extra dice instead of 4. Is it challenge 6?
Yep, challenge 6.
Okay, let me roll. I can make that. I can make that. I can make that. I can make that. So close.
5 successes. Merru, that's not enough to dodge this. The light washes over you. You can heal a point of sanity, and Magic Bullet heats up in your hands as it is empowered. You are going to be taking a total of 8 red blunt damage. You are weak to blunt. That is going to be 9 damage.
It doesn't matter. That does bring me full boxes filled. So what happens then?
Absolutely. Merru, you would be inflicted with 2 bleed, but that brings you down to 0 hit points. So you do not get inflicted with the status effect. However, this skill did reduce the unit to 0 health, so Zachary will gain 3 appetite. Oh. My bad. And when it hits and takes you down, Merru, you can describe what it feels like as you're about to die.
I think as the attack lands, Merru falls once again, and this has happened a few times now, where Meru's felt this moment that he feels like he's close to death, and he falls once again, unable to, for the moment, to pick himself back up as he lets out a wet cough, and blood splatters onto the ground by his face, and he tries to lift himself up, but is unable to, and then I guess that's when the emergency ampule is used, I suppose. Yes?
That it is. Zachary is over you, Merru, bearing down on you with a grin on his face. I always knew I'd be watching you bleed out beneath my feet. And as you can feel your consciousness start to slip, Merru, something injects itself into you. You can heal 10 health. One of your ampules has been spent. And you can describe what it's like as your body remembers itself and puts you back together.
Yeah. So when that happens, I think there's a moment where Merru doesn't move, and there's all he can feel is blood pouring from his wounds and the searing pain, and it's very familiar to a moment that he's felt in the past, multiple times, but there's one in specific, a certain alleyway, where he felt a moment like this, and he thinks of his old friends, I think in this moment specifically Jackson, and all of a sudden it's like there was overwhelming pain, and then he starts to feel better. It's not perfect, but he feels like he can get back up. He's not dying here. He can't die here. Yuna's not gonna die here either, and he needs to get back up if he wants to make sure they both live, and that Zachary does not get away with whatever the hell he wanted to get away with here. So I think Merru, despite what Zachary might be thinking is going to happen, is able to get to his feet slowly.
You can tell Zachary is frustrated, Merru. As we pass the turn and go to yours, his body is in horrible shape. He is on his last legs right now. And as he looks at you who he thought he finally crushed beneath him, but now has started to get back up once more, your wounds healed, he grins and says, "Did you want to hear what Vienna told me one time? She told me that she wished you had never been born. She said that all you do in the end is ruin everyone you latch on to, like a little parasite. She said you try, and you try, and you try, and you try, and you fail. And she's right. All you do is fail. That's it. And everyone you love suffers for it. Pretty pathetic, right? And so it really would have been better for everyone if you had just never existed. Don't you think? But here you are. And you're just gonna keep doing the same old shit, huh?
As Merru's now on his feet, even though he's been healed, his breaths are still ragged. And he goes, that's not true. I didn't ruin anyone. I didn't.
What are we doing here then, huh? From what I heard, you were the one who put your friends in the ground right here. You were the one who decided to fire that
wasn't
shot.
my fault. You don't know shit.
Then whose fault was it when you ditched one of your buddies to a syndicate? Or when your obsession with Aud made that girl you hung around get put 6 feet under? And I know your little pretend office got coated in blood one day, but you weren't there to stop that either, were you? You were too busy fucking up your own life again. The Zone's golden boy left everyone behind in the end to save himself.
Merru's eyes widen, and you see that the scion of Justicia billow once more, and he goes, "You weren't even there for that. You don't know what happened."
Oh, but I know what happened with that rat you used to take care of, and how he wandered into the web. I know all about Little Berg and how you failed to...
Shut up! Don't bring him up! Don't bring him up!
And what about right now? And Zachary gestures over to Yuna's limp, bloodied form. Your new friend there's about to become roadkill at this rate, and the rest of them are nowhere to be found. You're all alone, just like you should be.
Bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm alone right now because of you. So the only person whose life I'm going to ruin is yours. I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to make you feel the same shit I had to feel, and you're going to die as nothing more than a stain on the ground I buried my family in. And I think, Mr. DM,
Yes.
I think it's time for me to pop my ego.
Absolutely.
I think it's time for me to,
Should
you
I
know.
ask, Merru, you do feel magic bullet heating up in your hands, and you do remember what happened back at the facility. Would you still like to pop your ego?
Yes, I think so. He needs to do this here. So he will, and desperation, another point of sin.
Absolutely.
He will Crimson Warrant.
You can pop your ego, and you can take 2 burn from the weapon in your hands.
That's fine. He will take it. Okay. And it's a challenge 6?
It is a challenge 6.
Okay. Okay. And I know we'll just remember Justicia also is still active. Because there's no modifier for this, but okay, let me roll. I can reroll that.
Absolutely.
There we go. Okay.
Remember, you have 2 coins, I believe, for this one, as your first is
Right.
7 successes. That's going to be a total of 3 aggravated red damage. And you're going to do additional 2 pale damage.
Mm-hmm. And do I roll again?
He is barely standing. So you can reuse the coin.
Okay.
And you have find the wolf.
Okay. I will do this one more time. Use my last point of sin.
So remember, you get an additional dice to this one. I believe.
Oh.
Yep, because of find the wolf.
Okay, so one more dice. So it's 10 and not 9.
That it is.
Okay. Challenge 6 again. Okay, let's roll. Whew!
A 12 success.
Jeez, I was gonna say I can't willpower, but
Merru, that is a total of 9 aggravated red damage with Find the Wolf. And that is enough to take him down. And as you do, Merru, you can hear a voice in your head. You can feel your form begin to corrode. You're going to kill him. You're going to ruin his life. You have to. You have to make him feel the same shit you had to feel, Merru. You need him to die. You can hear Little Red Riding Hood and Mercenary's voice growing louder, demanding for his blood to be spilled, for you to hang his head, rip open his stomach, for what he did to grandmother. Her grandmother? Your grandmother. No, he killed your son. Or was it your sister he took? Both of them? No, it was your friends. He killed them too, didn't he? So he killed all of them. You can feel the skin on your face opening under Justitia's bandages, the wound he left there unhealed. Why is the skin on your face gone? Is it your own skin? Did he rip it off? It was torn off by his claws. You remember now. You remember what he did. You need to kill him. If we cut open his stomach, maybe we can save her. He ate all of them, and they're inside his stomach. So if we open it up, we can free them, and then the fairy tale can have a happy ending, and we can all be reunited as a family, and the nightmares haunting us can end. We need to kill him. So I'll take this weapon and cut off his head. I'll cut off his head and then tear out his stomach. There's no other way. There's no other ending for this tale. I need to kill him. Merru, would you like to describe what it looks like when you kill this man?
yes. Merru charges at Zachary, tackling him to the ground with a strength born from this sudden, intense burst of adrenaline and the aid of Reddy's ego resonance. And he will waste no time pushing himself up once they've both tumbled onto the dirt before the graves, before the fire. And he drives the Crimson Scar dagger into Zachary's gut. The act seems vaguely familiar, but he doesn't really have the time nor the mental space to question that as he pulls the weapon out of Zachary's flesh and watches the blood spurt out. And then he stabs him again in the chest and again in the gut and again wherever he can land his dagger as he yells, I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! It's all your fault! I can't sleep normal because of you. I can't eat normal because of you. I can't be normal because of you. So I'm going to kill you, fucking bastard. And as if on instinct, the dagger cuts a lump of flesh from Zachary's body as he slashes away with abandon. And Merru grabs it in his prosthetic hand, stares at the raw meat, and shoves it in his mouth to eat. And after the metallic taste of blood hits his tongue and he swallows, I think Merru realizes that he was actually starving all along. And there's this sick mixture of hatred, disgust, and hunger that swirls in his gut as he goes to take another bite, this time tearing into the flesh and swallowing it. And then as he licks his lips, he will leer at the dying man and say, "What's wrong, Zach? You did this to me. You taught me to eat my food raw. You thought it was so funny. But I don't hear you laughing now. What happened? Come on, lighten up. You said we were playing a game." And briefly, I think for the faintest moment, a thought breaks through this desperate adrenaline that's coating his brain to ask if he needs to do all of this, like if maybe the act of killing is enough and he can just leave the more unsavory part out, but I think the thought fades as he once again quickly comes to the conclusion that this is necessary. This is the only way Zachary deserves to go out, at the hands and teeth of the one he forced to be this way. It's like eye for an eye, right? It's only fair that Zachary gets to experience the consequence of his actions. So in Merru's mind, it's not wrong for him to do this. It's just something that needs to be done. And Merru's always been willing to do the hard things to get the job done, even if he doesn't necessarily want to. And this is no different. So I think before Merru knows it, trails of blood are streaming down his chin as he stares down at the now mangled corpse as his chest heaves with heavy breaths. The taste of salt and iron overwhelm his taste buds, but he's unable to look away from the damage that he's done, because between the stab wounds, bruises and tears from his prosthetic hand, decay ampule taking over part of his body, and the hunks of meat, muscle, and flesh that are torn off bone from Merru's canines, I think Zachary probably looks a bit unrecognizable as his carcass lay in a growing pool of blood.
Merru, you slowly start to regain control of yourself. You heal 6 aggravated sanity damage from the 5 overkill that you did from that attack, and 1 from clearing Find the Wolf. And as you begin to become aware of your surroundings and the taste of meat and blood in your mouth, you realize that someone is watching you. Yuna looks horrified. There is a mixture of blood and tears trailing down their cheeks that are puffed up and mangled from what Zachary did to them. They're still laying in the same position, but their eyes are open, blinking through the mess. They can't seem to tear their gaze from you. Their arms are trembling and wrapped around their broken, bloodied form as if trying desperately to protect it from further harm.
I think when Merru notices Yuna, there's a moment where he's just so focused on staring at what he did to Zachary, but when he sees Yuna, I think his eyes widen in relief, and he just goes, "Oh, Yuna, you're okay. Oh, that's good. Oh. Hi. Yuna? Hey.
Yuna, if their mouth is moving, you both can't really tell, and you can't hear them from this distance, Merru. You can hear soft, mumbled words coming from the lump that is Yuna's form.
Well, I guess at that, Merru will scramble off of the body and rush over to Yuna to try and finally help them. And he'll in very differently than how he was treating Zachary, but still there's like you can still see the adrenaline hasn't fully worn off and he's shaking. And he goes, Yuna, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The fight's over. It's okay.
Yuna flinches from you, Merru, when you come over to them, and the cracked teeth of their armor weakly sort of open and close as if trying to clamp down.
When Merru sees Yuna flinch, his brow furrows a bit. Justicia flares for one more brief moment before he shakes his head a little and is able to force the ego gift over his eyes again. And he just goes, Yuna, why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like I'm the bad guy? Come on. I'm not gonna hurt you, Yuna. I protected you. I told you I was gonna do that. I said I would do what I needed to do, and I did. It's fine. I'm not gonna hurt you. And he pauses, and as he's kind of realizing the full extent of what he did, his voice lowers a little, and he goes, Yuna, if I had wanted to eat you, I would have done that a long time ago. I don't want to do that. I was just doing what I had to do. I needed to do that. I didn't want to do that, but he needed to die because he would have killed both of us otherwise. I'm not going to hurt you. I was protecting you.
Their face pales, Merru, and you can see that they're trying not to look at what's left of Zachary's body as their face begins to turn a sickly green, unable to stand the sight anymore. But they do reach a slow, shaking hand out to you.
Are they asking to be helped up?
Would you like to make an insight
Merru will reach back.
check? You can make me an intuition or understanding insight at challenge 3. They aren't hiding their intention, but it's a little hard to discern.
Okay, well, one last time I will, because I need it. I'll take a hit to my willpower. And it's an insight roll?
Yep, insight.
Okay, insight. I know you just said insight intuition.
Yep, insight intuition.
Okay. Challenge 3. All right, let's see if I can do this.
3 successes. It looks like a mix of Yuna is trying to ask for help up, and Yuna is trying to cling to you as if afraid of something else happening, as fearful as they are of you.
Okay. Well then, Merru will he'll see that, and he will help. He will help Yuna up. And as he does so, I think. Well, right before he does so, I think he tries his best to wipe the blood off of his own hands. So when he helps Yuna up, I imagine they're probably like very shaky.
Oh, they are. Their entire form is trembling.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he will try his best with his more or less wiped off hands to try and wipe the blood off of Yuna's face. He's trying not to be too rough about it because he knows Yuna is injured. He's trying his best to be gentle, but also knows Yuna probably does not want blood on their face. And he just goes, "It's all right, Yuna. It's okay. He's dead. We just gotta make sure we can fully get rid of the body. It's okay. It's all right. I got rid of him. He's dead. He's not gonna hurt you. You did a good job. You shouldn't have had to do that. But I made sure that he got what he deserved for doing that to you. And you're alive. We're alive. It's okay. Okay?"
Yuna is shaking and fumbles with something tucked into their pocket. And you see... Actually, Merru, can
Yes?
you make me a reflex athletics check
Oh gosh.
as you see Yuna trying to reach for one of the decay ampules, clearly trying to hold it out when you mentioned having to get rid of the body, and almost dropping it.
Okay. Is there what is it, challenge 2?
It's just a challenge too.
There we go.
4 successes.
Okay, yeah. So
You're able to catch the
Merru
decay
can-
ampule safely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Merru will do that, and then he'll be like, "Oh, do you fuck." And Merru's like, he's looking from Yuna to the body, and he goes, Can I heal you quickly?"
Yuna
Is
tries
Merru able to?
to nod their head. Yes, Merru, can you make me an understanding medicine check to administer a healing ampule to Yuna? They
Yeah,
can
I
give you
got
an
3
assist.
dice.
They have 1 dice to assist you with.
Okay. I can desperation again and take another hit to my willpower. Let's see. And I get an assist from Yuna.
That you can.
Okay, sorry. What is I don't normally do this. What did you say the challenge was again?
It is a challenge. It's always a challenge free for the healing ampules.
Okay.
And then they heal
Let's
equal
see.
to those over.
Oof.
Would you like to spend a point of
Okay.
sanity and re-roll?
Well, yeah, Merru didn't say he was good at
A failure
this.
means that the ampule doesn't go off, thankfully.
Yes.
Okay.
So Merru,
He tried.
thankfully, the ampule doesn't make things worse, but you have consumed your second ampule as you try to administer it to Yuna,
Oh, shit.
and it doesn't work.
Well, Merru tried. He's not good with the ampules. He's not a doctor. He's never he's good. He can like wrap something up, but he doesn't have any of that stuff right now. So I think I think instead Merru will just kind of
Also, my bad, Merru. You do still have the ampule. It's just, it was not consumed, but it didn't work.
Okay,
You do,
cool.
however, get to heal a
Merru
point of
just doesn't know how to use
sanity
it.
as the light washes over you.
Yeah. Oh.
But yes,
Great.
you don't know how to use it. However, you can hold on to it. You have a feeling the others will hopefully return soon. And you can also heal a point of health, Merru, as the light washes over you. And
does
Yuna
Yuna also heal a point of
can
health?
as well. It doesn't help them very much, but
It does something.
they do recover a single point of
Oh.
health. And you can hear them speak finally as
Yeah.
they say, Here, I'll walk you through how to administer the decay ampule.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And as you head over to Zachary's body, or what is left of it, can you make me an awareness check, an intuition awareness roll?
Oh, yes.
At challenge 3.
Oh, 3. Okay, okay. I can do that. I can do that. Sure. What's up?
4 successes. Merru, you notice that Zachary's body is in a different position than what you remember it being in. His hand is coated in blood as it drips off his fingers, and the Book of Vengeance, clutched in his hand, is soaked in blood and gripped tightly.
Well, Merru will inject him with the decay ampule. I think that's the best thing to do. I think seeing the body now is starting to make Merru feel a little sick. Is he able to inject the decay ampule, and is he able to take that book?
Yes, you inject the decay ampule. I won't make you roll for this one. As Yuna is able to, because of that point of healing, Yuna's basically able to walk you through injecting it. Here, I'll just do a little roll here.
Okay.
And it's not a physical penalty. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yuna's able to walk you through it, no problem. Their hand is shaking, but they basically direct yours with an 8 success crit. And you watch as Zachary's body bubbles into nothingness. That is 2 of the 3 decay ampules consumed that Yuna made. The book is still there. Would you like to burn the Book of Vengeance?
Yes, I think Merru, a bit solemnly, now that the body has been dissolved, I suppose, he will pick up the Book of Vengeance, something I don't think he's ever held before. And the fire, I imagine that magic bullet started at Jackson's grave, is still burning?
That it is.
Yes, still burning from that book, the thesaurus that he treasured for years, despite how worn it got. And he will walk over to the destroyed grave and put the Book of Vengeance into the fire, to get rid of as much of it as he possibly can. And Merru, as he does that, his arm begins to shake a bit until he takes his prosthetic hand, and as he's done a few times before, he will grab onto his arm and squeeze until the pressure makes him stop. His adrenaline is wearing off now, and he's just kind of being replaced with this sense of, oh my god, that just happened. He's dead. And Merru's wondering when he's gonna start actually feeling better about it. He was told that once he killed his wolf, he'd feel better. And his head doesn't hurt as much, but he he's not feeling better. He just feels kind of sick. As he watches the Book of Vengeance burn in the fire.
As it burns away. Managers, the three of you have been
Yes, Mr. DM.
rounding up little siblings while all of this has happened.
Oh my god, that's been going on this long.
And handling the whole issue with them. You all have been forced to basically deal with these conflicts. The moment they all see Prior, they've all immediately, without any prompting, agreed to stop the trouble they were causing. And it didn't take long to convince them. However, it did take you all quite a bit of time to get them to all stop, shall we say, misbehaving.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Prior gathers them up, lines them up, and he has given them all a thorough talking to. And having successfully accounted for each and every little sibling, he's going to send them off. He's going to send them back to where, all right, all of you. Now that I've imparted to each and every one of you the importance of responsibility and how your duty to the family is a duty to the Backstreet and a duty to your responsibility, I feel I've made my point explicitly clear. In the coming weeks, if any of you wish it, I shall open an invitation to the web to all of you to have a discussion later about some potential future opportunities for further education. But for now, I wish you back to your homes, back to your big sibling, and to let them know that Prior has returned.
At that announcement, Prior, they all let out a yes and bow their heads to you in sync. We shall let them know that Big Brother Prior, the Lord of the Web, has returned.
Good. I want it to be very clear that things will return back to the way they were. I'm sure the middle will find that very heartening news. The beating heart of the district will begin to pump fresh middle blood out throughout all of the remaining areas, and the syndicate will be able to breathe again. I bid you all a fair day. You are all dismissed.
Yes, Big Brother Prior! And they all disperse together when you tell them that they have been dismissed. Leaving the three of you behind.
Damn construction, I'm gonna blow an eardrum. Alright. Okay. Well then, hopefully word of my arrival will help prevent future challengers from approaching. We can begin to counteract some of the information that's gone off about me. I'm glad to know, at the very least, my legend around here will provide an aid to us if we encounter anyone beneath the position of a big sibling. We should get back to Merru.
Yeah, let's get back to the other two.
And you all head back to the gravesite, where what greets you is Merru and a very bloodied and broken Yuna standing over a fire and the remains of a melted corpse. Or what you all assume was a corpse, at least, as the last of the decay ampule is eating the rest of the bubbling flesh away.
Um,
Oh, how bad do they
Um,
look?
you know,
Oh my
I mean, Merru's a little injured. You can see there's a lot of blood on him, like a lot of blood.
Yeah, Yuna?
Kind of similar to you guys have seen the aftermath of what'd you say?
And Yuna?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was letting Merru finish first, and then I can describe how Yuna
Um,
looks.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just saying that you guys have seen how, like, the aftermath of when Merru's used his ego resonance before, and it looks very similar to that. Merru's a little injured, but otherwise he seems like he's in okay shape, besides the bleeding.
Yuna's in horrible shape. They have there's only one box on their health tracker unchecked. Their face looks like it has been punched in by someone with the strength of Berg, and all of the teeth on their ego armor are shattered.
Yeah, immediately, Miix shuts. Kai, healing ampules now!
And Kai will.
Yeah, when the others approach. Oh, you go.
No, I was. Unless Merru was going to stop him for whatever reason, but I sincerely doubt it. Kai would.
Oh,
just
no,
quickly
Merru
run
was
over and
honestly
jab.
when he sees them, he was just calling them over.
Absolutely. Kai, can
So-
you make me an understanding medicine check? You have an assistance from Yuna, and I believe Pryor and Merru both have medicine. I don't think Miix has any medicine.
No, Miix has no medicine.
Awesome, so you can add free dice to this roll, Kai.
All right, and these are major injuries.
Yes, these are, so you may add your specialty.
Yippee. Pryor and Merru are both assisting.
That they are.
Okey-doke.
Yep.
Is,
Three
is,
assist die.
is Yuna gonna assist?
Yes, Yuna's also trying to help you,
Okay.
so.
Alrighty. And the difficulty on the challenge is usually 3, right?
Yep, it's a challenge tree.
Okay. All right. You know, I have sin. Why not use it? I feel that this is kind of dire now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
7 successes. You can heal Yuna for 4 points, which is enough to heal Yuna back to full.
All right.
As you inject the healing ampule into Yuna, Kai, all of their injuries are healed, but they still look incredibly rattled as they just say, "Thank you."
While Kai
What-
and
what?
Miix fuss over Yuna, Pryor's gonna pull Merru over.
Absolutely.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm a little hurt, but it's nothing like what Yuna is right now, so I'm okay.
I'm a fool, but I'm not an idiot. Little siblings prancing about. Corpse. Who was it?
There's only one person it really could be. And Merru will. He had been for a moment avoiding Pryor's gaze, but then he would look up at him and just go, "It was Zachary. He, of course, he was waiting for me to be, I don't know, not alone, but as alone as I could be, and he grabbed Yuna. I didn't try to attack. I tried to not have a fight happen, but he was going to kill Yuna, and it was either Yuna dies and I die, or he dies and we live. And I said, well, I'm not letting Yuna die, and I'm not letting myself die. So I had to fight him, and he was not going to stop until someone was dead, and he had to be the one who was dead. So I had to do it. It had to happen. And we're getting rid of the body now. It's pretty much gone, and I'm getting rid of the evidence now.
Who struck first? Who struck first, Merru?
There's a very long pause, and Merru eventually just says, Technically, I did. He was bringing the cleaver to Yuna's neck. I knew that's what he wanted me. I'm not stupid.
Yuna.
I don't.
He knew exactly
No.
how to play this. No. Prior rubs his brow, the gears turning, he goes, No. Were there any little siblings?
No,
Was there
it was
anyone else
just
you lived
him. No, it was just us. It was me. It was Yuna, and it was him, and that's all I saw. I did not see anybody else. It was just him.
No, I can spin this. I can spin this. The body's gone. No one saw the injuries. No one knows it was you who killed him. The little siblings all saw me, and I was away at the time. So we can work with that. We can get our story straight.
Mm-hmm.
His book. Where's his book?
I burned it. It's in that fire. I didn't know what to do with it. I saw that he was dying, and I went, I need to get rid of as much stuff as I could, and I don't know why my gun went on fire. It made fire happen. I don't know. But there was a fire, and so I went, well, I'll get rid of the book so no one sees that clearly there's a big book of vengeance from a big brother in this dirt pile. I figured I'd get rid of it, and then no one knows it's there.
It wasn't a bad instinct. It changes the answers and the options I have, but no, that was clever of you. Did he have, after you struck him, did he have time to open it before you started fighting him?
I didn't see him do that, no, because I hit him.
Did you lose sight of him while you were fighting him? Did he run around a corner?
He tried to run behind the headstones, but I was watching him the whole time. It's not like they're a wall. I mean, there was a brief period of time where he knocked me down, but it
couldn't have been long enough. I know Zachary.
Yeah.
His reflexes were shit.
Yeah, and I think he was too focused. I was egging him on. I know how I was. And so I think he thought that he had me got, so he didn't feel the need to write me in the book because he thought I was dead.
Okay. No, I can spin this. I can spin this. It's Merru. It is very... Let me be very clear. I think you did the right thing. I'm gonna be completely honest. If I had been able to take control of the web, we would have had to deal with Zachary one way or another. He knew every trick in the book. We can outdo this, but I'm going to need your help.
Okay.
At the end of this, I need to be in the web. If I'm in the web again, I can start the gears running again. I can make it in good with the Great Siblings. I can call upon my network. As long as the on is flowing, the Great Siblings just want more of everything. That's all they've ever wanted from me. More big brothers, more well-trained middle members, more loyalty. I can do that for them, but I'm going to need my throne. Regardless of what happens with Neo, I am going to need that throne. And with Zachary gone, I'll have to find someone else to fill his place, but I can do it.
And
I'll have to talk to Miix later. I need you and I to be on the same page about this. That at the end, I can only protect you if we keep our mouths quiet about this. Until I'm on the throne, we act like Zachary is still alive, and this didn't happen.
I think as Prior's talking about taking the throne, Merru is a natural frown on his face, and he does seem a bit conflicted. And he just goes on, what do you mean though by be back on the throne? Like, you're just here in control of the web? What is... Like, you're staying here? You're coming back? What?
Don't worry. I might need to stay here for a week or two to get everything running again, but I'm not talking about forever. I just need enough time to convince the Great Siblings that I'm an asset again. As long as I have my resources, I'll have Berg. I can bring Berg back. I can bring Berg back to the web. Once we have control, he can take over Zachary's position. Heavens knows he's going to do a much better job than Zachary did about keeping this place safe. And once everything stabilizes, then I can head back to the facility. The Great Siblings, loyalty is just another word they use to have control. If I can convince them that I'm in control of the situation and they're in control of me, we can sweep this under the table.
See, Merru hears Prior say bring Berg back to the web, and his frown deepens. It's clear he doesn't like what he's hearing, but he's not really sure what else to say. And he just goes, I mean, I fine, I guess. I don't like, honestly, what I don't know how I feel. I don't know. There's no other option? That's the only option?
I know I control a lot. At the end of the day, I am still just a big brother. Zachary was also a big brother, and I have been gone for long enough. There may be a question in the Great Sibling's heart of who was more valuable to keep alive, me or him, and I cannot have that. I have to prove I am the more competent, valuable leader, and the web is the only leverage I have. I have been doing this for many decades, Merru. A lot of people owe me favors, but they'll turn their back on me if being on my side gets you. You know, you can leave notes in the Book of Vengeance about certain people. That's kind of how I know a lot of things about the other great siblings and the Big Brothers, is people leave little notes and comments, and the one beside me for the longest time was don't bother him and he won't bother you. But if brother killer gets attached to that, and I have worked very, very hard to make sure that that word never showed up next to my name, even when I had no choice. But if that appears next to my name, it's not just me they'd go after. It's everyone connected to me. Complete and total extermination.
At that, I think Merru, he looks away from Pryor as he thinks, and he thinks back to the version of Big Brother Pryor who he had met recently, and that's where a lot of his apprehension is coming from. But then he thinks of what Pryor just said about how if things go wrong, they'll come after everyone. And then he thinks about how much of a connection that Pryor has to Berg. And then he thinks about their connection now, and he thinks about how there's a connection from him to Vienna, and he squeezes his eyes shut as he tries to figure out what is the right thing to do here, and then he will think again that if things go wrong, they're going to come after himself, and he sighs and he goes, fine, okay, I don't like this, but fine.
We're gonna survive this, Merru. We've survived everything else. We'll just focus on staying alive. Getting the golden bow, retaking the web.
Fine. We'll do that. And Merru takes a step closer to Pryor, and in a quieter voice, he goes, this isn't gonna make you end up like that man I saw, right? You're not him, right?
Pryor takes a moment to find his voice. I became that man out of a deeply, deeply sickening necessity to be that person to keep everyone safe. And I am praying, and I am trying to do everything in my power so I don't have to choose between becoming that man again and keeping you all alive. And I promise you, Merru, so long as that choice is not put in front of me, I will not make it. Because I know I made you a promise. And I want to keep it. But I don't know if I could live with myself if I had to let you all die at the hands of the Middle's cold cruelty. Please don't ask me to make that choice.
You... I hope you realize the things you're telling me feel similarly difficult.
I know. I know they do. I can't ask you to tell me what to do. Any more than I know the right answer myself.
Okay. And Merru will sigh again. He briefly thinks back to the conversation he had with Miix. And he still doesn't look happy, but he seems a bit resigned because he really doesn't know what to do. And he'll just go, well, then I guess I don't know if this is the right thing to do here. But I think I've made it clear that I'm not happy, but I will choose to trust that we will make the right choices here. I hope you continue to take my trust seriously. So, fine.
Rather than trying to steal the final word, Pryor just looks down and away from Merru.
Well, I think Merru, seeing that Pryor has nothing else to say, and seeing that Pryor isn't meeting his gaze after that, he'll frown again and then just go, well, I think we're done here then. I'm gonna go see how Yuna's doing.
Pryor nods his head.
Then Merru will walk away.
And as the two of you were having your conversation, Miix, Kai, you were able to patch Yuna up, who would basically, if asked, their account is a little bit rushed, but they basically fill you in on that big predator from before when we all got into the district. He grabbed me, and then Merru had no choice but to attack him, and you both can tell that Yuna's clearly very distressed, as they say. I don't really remember much of what happened. I don't think I was conscious for much of what happened, but he's dead. I didn't see him write anything in the book of his, so
Sounds like Merru did what he had to do. I'm sorry you were so injured in the process. I hope you feel okay after the ampule.
Thanks, Kai. No, thanks for patching me up. Ampules really do work wonders.
Pryor looks at the decaying corpse and says, I will sure say that.
Yuna is notably not looking at the corpse as they just kind of hang their head and say, yeah, no, are You all right?
Right, where did you three end up going to?
Now that we know what happened, it seems Zachary spread his little siblings out around the construction site. They were just given orders to cause trouble and harass the workers. We managed to... It was like a fucking daisy chain. They led us right to the edge of the construction zone. Probably took us... We were going as fast as we could, but...
Oh, that sounds like him. Zachary always... He liked games. We used to play a lot of games back in the day. And when Merru says that, you can hear a bit of that, like, disgust creep back into his voice. But then he coughs and he goes, but that doesn't matter anymore. Yuna.
Yeah. Merru?
And Merru, he's trying to stand in a way so when Yuna looks at him, like, they don't have to see the corpse, what's left of it. And he just goes, your ampules were amazing.
I'm glad.
You really did. You did your best. And I am sorry that he did that to you. We should get you somewhere that's not here. And Merru looks back at the gravesite, and there's you can see a bit of grief on his face as he goes, well, there's no fixing that, now is there? It's probably best that we wrap up and get out of here.
Absolutely.
Miix has been waiting. At this point, I think she kind of like looks at Kai to kind of wait for him to step away from Yuna, because I'm sure he's doing like a last once over. As soon as he does, Miix will step closer and kneel next to Yuna and say, "You did well."
Thank you, boss. I've never been in an actual fight before. That was... It doesn't get easier, does it?
In the back of Mix's mind is the voice of her father. There is a way she could handle this. But the look in Yuna's eyes manages to push that away, and instead Yuna sees Miix as Miix pulls them in, and she hugs Yuna. It's okay. You did well.
Yuna just rests her head against you, Miix, and hides her eyes. And you can feel the tears, and you can feel her body shaking with soft sobs.
Miix thinks about their last conversation at the facility And then thinks about what she said. And there's a strong chance that if things had gone a little worse, Yuna wouldn't be here right now.
There certainly is.
And the thought that that would be the case with so many things left unsaid on Miix's part is terrifying. But she doesn't know if now is the right time either. If she should just wait. After all, Yuna has been through so much. Miix doesn't want to overwhelm her.
And what do you decide to do, Miix?
That's the question of the century, isn't it? Let me think about that. Give me like 10, 15 seconds to think about that as a player.
Absolutely. You can think if you want to say something now,
I think
or if Miix would wait.
I think Miix is I think all that happens is that Miix holds Yuna, holds her tight, and she whispers something into Yuna's ear so that only Yuna can hear. And I think those words are God damn.
What are they, Miix?
Shoot. I think Miix is a lot of things, and I think one of their defining traits, one of her defining traits, is that she's messy. I think she says, I am here for you.
Yuna doesn't respond aloud to the whisper, Miix. But you can feel her sobs soften, and she holds you tighter.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's man, fuck that. Miix says I love her. I love you. That's
There is a hurried, whispered, I love you too, boss, from Yuna
Miix will
in
help her
return.
up slowly.
And she clings to you, Miix.
It just, well, I'll I'll expand on Mix's state of mind. For now, I've dragged this on for long enough, but
Oh, please, go right ahead if you want to expand on anything there.
I think it's best for the ending thoughts. So for now, Mix will simply just help Yuna up.
Absolutely. And as you help Yuna up, is there any final thoughts or things, managers, you all would like to do before we call an end to this session?
Not to potentially ruin one of your surprises, Senna, but
Oh,
I think
please.
I've cracked what you've done.
Please, yes,
Prior, as everyone is meandering and Prior's a little separated, he hesitantly reaches for the large gold inlaid book he always carries at his hip, the one he picked up back in U Corp and he's been carrying with him since.
Right, you have that, don't you? I thought you forgot about that.
Prior is going to open it up, and under crimes harming a big brother and crimes killing a big brother, he is going to go search for Merru's name.
You don't see Merru's name in the Book of Vengeance.
Now, Senna, I'm going to invoke both Broken Finger and Perfect Memory. Can Prior scan the book for any reference to Merru? He is looking through all the potential subsections Zachary could have invoked. I am looking for, like, I will make a roll if you need me to make a roll, but is Merru's name in here?
You know what? You can make me, because of Broken Finger, you add 2 dice, because you've got that. You can make me an Intuition Backstreet Society, adding the middle to it, and an extra 2 dice.
Okay. All right. I'm looking for any names. I know I have to be specific because I don't know how many successes I get. I'm looking for any names of any of our associates here who have been written into the Book of Vengeance. I am looking for I'm basically looking for any sign that Zachary might have slipped something in either before the fight.
All right, absolutely. So anything regarding Merru or Yuna's names?
Merru, Yuna. If I have extra successes, I want to check for Miix and Kai, because Zachary wouldn't be stupid enough to write my name in. And also, that would be really stupid to write my name, because why would he?
Absolutely. You know what? You can make a roll. For every 2 successes, you can tell me a name you're going to check.
Excellent.
5 successes.
I'm going to try. Okay.
7 successes. That gives you a total of... You can check for 3 names.
Okay.
Did you push this roll? You did, right?
Yeah, I did. Yep. Yuna, Merru. Yuna, Merru. Kai or Miix? Kai or Miix? Kai or Miix?
Now keep in mind, you don't even know if Zachary would necessarily know Mix's name, or nickname rather.
Prior's gonna check under Kane.
Check under Kane instead of Kai?
Yeah, Kane, Yuna, Merru, because Kai is... My logic is Kai is so well known as my associate. And, oh, you know what? Cause I can deal with the fact if Kai's name is written in the book, because a bunch of little siblings saw Kai with me. So I can deal with that, and everyone knows Kai is related to me. So I'm gonna go Kane, Merru, Yuna.
Absolutely. There are no mentions of Merru in the Book of Vengeance. There are no mentions of Yuna in the Book of Vengeance, and there are no mentions of Cain in the Book of Vengeance.
Okay.
I can guarantee those with certainty.
Prior closes the book. Fuck, this might... Prior's gonna open the book again. He would like to make a notation beside Zachary's name.
Oh, please! What notation would you like to make besides his name? You can do that as a big brother.
Prior is just going to write, disobedience towards the web. With a
Absolutely.
period.
Are you sure you'd like to write that in the book?
I need to set up a preconceived notion. I need to start. Yeah. This could go bad. But if Merru's name isn't in there, it means that this could be set up as a conflict between Prior and Zachary. Mary can back Prior up that Zachary was already being disobedient. This is the best thing Prior can do to cover his ass. Yeah. Prior's gonna write disobedience towards the web as an additional note. He's beginning to set up his alibi. He had to do something similar a long time ago with Hamlet, and he'll do it again if he fucking has to. He sets up a chain of events. This is how he starts. He writes the note for only those of a high enough stature to see, closes the book, puts it away.
Absolutely. That has been recorded. And as we bring this session to a close, is there any final thoughts you all have?
Has no final thoughts.
Does Kai have any final thoughts?
Nothing new to add, no.
Does Miix have any final thoughts?
Yeah, Miix. You know what? Yeah, well, I think now's a good time. I think Miix will. This is where I elaborate on what she had before. Everything that's happened and everything that will happen, she reflects on it all. And it really just hammers in the point that she cannot afford to fail. Not now. Not when there's so much at stake. She has to succeed. There's too much at stake here. There's too much riding on all of this. And to be honest, in a weird way, it is penance. Maybe not all of these events, but it's hard to say that the choice Miix made, the choice Cain made, all that time ago, it led to all of this. And so she has to make it right. And she'll either do it or she'll die trying. And maybe if she actually does it, those shades that aren't there, they're not part of the ego, they're not part of anything that's real, it's all in her head, but maybe those shades of people that she knew that keep following her, that are always there when she looks behind her. Maybe those people like Faye and Jessica and so many others will finally leave. Those are her thoughts.
Miix, you know where this all ends. You can see butterflies flitting about these graves here. You can see those shades behind them that haunt you. And you know that perhaps your brother might end up joining them. And as we come to a close, Merru, do you have any final thoughts standing here at the burial site?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, as the others are, we're all wrapping up, we're getting right, we're, leaving, I think Merru will take a moment, just double check, make sure all of the evidence, has been, destroyed, gotten rid of, and he knows he can't linger, since they definitely don't want to be left alone after all of that. But I think briefly he will one last time kneel by the now partially broken graves of his old friends, and put a hand where I'm imagining the fire has gone out by now, where the charred thesaurus that he had left behind is now sitting, and his I think his lip wobbles a little bit, but he takes a deep breath and he just under his breath goes, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to see that. I'm never coming back. So hopefully that means you can rest. And then he'll get back up, give one last look, and catch up with the others.
And as all of you leave the burial site and the construction site, I think this is a great place to draw a close to our session that went on a bit longer than expected. I hope you're all excited, because until the end of this canto, we will be meeting all those Saturdays. So we'll see you all next week on the 28th at 7 p.m. EST. I hope you're all looking forward for what's in store. A reminder to give these four all the love and support. My players are incredible. I could not do this without them. And after what I'm about to put them through, and after what I've already put them through,
Cinna, what the? Sorry, not to cut you off. What?
We've been back home for 1 minute, and like a fourth of like my critical backstory is in jeopardy.
Well,
Yeah, no, Cinna, you always during your other streams you always joke about things. I'm starting to get concerned you're being serious.